Good evening and welcome. I'd like to call this council meeting to order. Councillor Beatty and Bean provide their regrets. Please remain standing if you're able for the land acknowledgement and a moment of silent reflection and the singing of O Canada. We acknowledge that Stratford is positioned on the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, the Neutral, and Anawandran peoples. As we gather, we are reminded that the city of Stratford is situated on treaty land that is steeped in rich Indigenous history and home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples today. We acknowledge that Stratford is situated on land that was shared between the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, and the Neutral and Anawandran peoples. We're grateful to have the opportunity to live, work, and play on this land. As we pause and reflect this evening, let's remember and celebrate the life of Lloyd Robertson, the voice of Stratford locally, nationally, and internationally. From raising the festival tent in 1953 to Olympic Games, to royal tours, to interviews with prime ministers and presidents, from CBC to CTV, where he closed every night with "That's what kind of day it's been." To Lloyd and his family, that's what kind of life it's been. So let's take a moment and celebrate. Thank you. Please be seated. Please allow me to share the respect and Stratford City. The Corporation of the City of Stratford is committed to providing quality service to all members of the public, council, and our employees. Our goal is to promote a safe, healthy, respectful, inclusive, and positive environment. We have a responsibility to treat people with respect by creating safe and respectful spaces. It is the city's expectation that all present will be respectful. Madam Clerk, the meeting is yours.
Through your worship, item 2 is declarations of pecuniary interest. Are there any declarations, and if so, please state the general nature thereof.
Councillor Hunter.
Thank you, through the mayor. Item 7.1, I was a potential investor in the subject property.
Thank you. Any others? Seeing none, next item.
Item 3 is adoption of the minutes, and there's a motion that the minutes of the regular meeting of council dated July 27th be adopted as printed.
For that, Councillor Henderson will move, seconded by Councillor Niger. Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed to any? That's unanimous. Thank you.
Item 4 is adoption of the addenda, and earlier today an addenda was circulated to add delegations, receipt of correspondence, a report, and a resolution. And there is a motion that the addenda to the regular agenda of council dated August 10th be added to the agenda as printed.
Thank you. Moved by Council Spurback, seconded by Council Wardolphin. Thank you. All in favor? Opposed, if any, that's unanimous and carried.
Item 5 is the report of the committee of the whole in-camera session, and just prior to today's regular council meeting, an in-camera session was held to consider the following items. Item 4.1, confidential report of the chief administrative officer with respect to a legal update on an appeal decision, and that was considered under the litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, exemptions under the Municipal Act. And item 5.1, confidential report of the Director of Infrastructure Services with respect to the Ontario Clean Water Agency's proposal for water pollution control plant operation and maintenance services. And that was considered under the following exemptions: information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board by Canada, a province or territory, or a crown agency of any of them, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality. And at the in-camera session for item 4.1, direction was given to legal counsel regarding the appeal. And for item 5.1, the confidential report of the Director of Infrastructure Services was received.
Thank you.
So through your worship, we're now looking for a motion to move to item 7.1 on the agenda.
Mover to move to 7.1. Thank you, Council Spurback. Will move, second by Councilor Niger. Any discussions? This allows us to move to the public meeting at 7 o'clock. So this public meeting is scheduled for 7, so it just allows us to get some business time before time. So that's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Opposed, if any, that's unanimously carried.
So through your worship, item 7.1 is the Stratford Police Service Headquarters Wright Boulevard property acquisition. And as noted on the agenda, the Chief Administrative Officer will present the report.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to Mr. Moran at this time.
Perfect, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this, I believe, is the third time we've spoken about this project with council. You'll remember in January, we signed a letter of intent with Scotia to start reviewing whether or not the city was interested in making an agreement for sale for the Wright Boulevard property, the former Scotia Bank data center on Wright Boulevard. So then later in May, we done some diligence. We came back with a fulsome report as to moving forward with moving into an agreement of purchase and sale in APS with Scotiabank. Council did agree to that on May 11th, May 10th, May 11th. And since then, we've gone through our 60-day due diligence period to do some work on finding more details on condition of the facility, condition of the building, and what specifically it would look like in relation to making renovations for a police station or new police headquarters. So obviously the property provides us extra space in that regard. That property is about 100,000 square feet. With that, there's three components that we look at on that property. One is obviously the police headquarters. The second is conversations with our provincial courts, which currently lease space at our current justice building, in order for what that might look like for the courts and what space they might require. And then thirdly, of course, is the space needs required by the city, and is there an opportunity to consolidate spaces within the city limits, or within the city administration offices and uses that we have across our city. We concentrated the math and the information really on the police station, knowing that the other components will be pieces of that and kind of extras in regards to that. So I'll just, I won't necessarily walk through the full report. Again, we've been through a lot of this information, but I'll kind of touch on some of the new findings and some of the information from that due diligence portion. So what we've done is we've got, we took the space needs study, a fulsome study that the police have done in regards to their space needs, taking that space needs, taking a look at the Wright Boulevard and making a conceptual piece of, like, if we use this piece of the building, made that in the police station, what would that look like from a cost perspective on that front? We hired a consultant to help us work that math. And they've come up with what we call a Class D estimate. So again, very high level We had again quick turnaround as we move forward. The cost to meet the police needs in renovating that building is approximately $24 million. So again, higher than we originally anticipated in the May report. But I'll get into the financial details a little bit later in the report in regards to what that looks like. And that was the main piece, is to understand what the building looks like from a condition perspective, but also a lot of the mechanical, HVAC, electrical, those pieces, and that's kind of what we're looking at in regards to that condition. A lot of the costs is not structural in the sense of making new spaces. We're going to utilize a lot of the spaces that are already available, already there. It's making sure the mechanical, the HVACs, and the electrical forward from that perspective. Using a conceptual drawing. That doesn't mean that would be our final design. That's included in the report. It's just a concept that we chose to use in order to kind of come up with what we move forward. So as you know, the police station is been on council's agenda for several years as a building that needs some renovations, needs some space requirements. Last year, the police went forward to look at more of a functional space, needs to look at not the function, not the condition of the space, but the functionality of the police station, the police headquarters, and what they would need to provide adequate service, not only for today, but into the future, 25 years into the future as we move forward. And that's kind of the basis we used for our conceptual drawings. So with that, the other piece of the cost, of course, is the acquisition costs. You'll notice in our report, we've got the acquisition cost at $12 million, which is again what we're going to be, if proceeding, would be in our agreement purchase and sale with Soldier Bank. One of the questions that has been asked is around the delivery of the service, especially moving out of the downtown. What we've done there, and police certainly can speak better to this than I can, but we've talked to the police, we've talked to our local DIA, we've talked to our local destination tourism office to discuss kind of what that impact might look like, what that looks like from their perspective. The main issue, of course, is around the presence downtown, and that really, from our findings, doesn't have to do with the location of the service. It has to do with how we provide that service. And I think we can all agree that the presence in the last few months has been a lot better in the downtown core, not because our police station headquarters is located downtown, but because there's been an active participation by the police to look at foot patrol, downtown presence, and kind of getting how we conduct that service and how we present that service, not necessarily on location. Really what happens is they all meet, congregate at head office, and then they move out from there to do their duties, cars patrol, as we move forward. So again, that location doesn't have to do with location. We have talked about, obviously, when we look at the city needs, city spaces, whether or not there's an opportunity to move some spaces around from our administration offices, providing kind of a satellite space in maybe this building for police services if they needed to have a small hub to be able to do some work. And again, that's certainly an option we have in our plan to move forward. The other piece is around municipal opportunities. We have some space needs studies that we've done. We didn't do a full-fledged plan around what we can use that space for. We were kind of waiting to really take a look if the math works for the police. Everything else then provides us opportunities to move forward. And that would be kind of part of the next step. I'll talk about next steps at kind of the end of the report. So the real question that has evolved and changed is, what does this mean from a funding perspective? So on page 58 of the agenda, 7 of my report, we talk about kind of that capital stack, what we're looking at. And you'll remember, council talked about when we did our workshops for the GTR site, what we did, along with the asset management plan, what we did for council is, how do we fund our capital in the city? What we do with our capital in the city is we put money into reserves, use other funding pots that we have available. We've been increasing those reserves over the last number of years to meet our asset management needs. The police station is one of those assets that are included in that $1.8 billion in value of assets that the city owns, and how we figure out how to fund them. When we presented that earlier this year with the new information, looking at this from a 20-year strategy, the idea there is, how do we fit all of those new funding or new requirements for expenditures over the next 20 years into a stable funding source, not have large capital increases in our budgets. Because our expenses are gonna go up and down as that year goes by, and we do have a chart to show that, the chart that we showed back in earlier in the year around that. But the capital forecast we included for the police station in that report was $20 million. And that was a net number. So that's what comes out of the tax base, out of actually tax reserves to fund the police capital. And that would be whether or not we're renovating, whether or not we're building new, whether or not, in the recommendation we have before you tonight, is buying a new building to renovate and house. That's the number we were using in our long-term plan. If you go back to our budgets, earlier budgets, you would have seen a number of around $30 million in our long-term capital plan around that. And that was the full bore number. That was the full kind of cost. Again, what we're talking to you about tonight is we think the estimated cost is around $34 million. 34 to $36 million. So what will come out of our capital reserves moving forward, which would be in the term of debt, because again, for a facility, what we do is we use debt because that reserves the cost over the long term of the asset, allowing us to use reserves properly. And again, spreading out that cost over the life of an asset is again best practice, especially when it comes to facilities. Next, we have $8 million expected revenue from development charges. Again, that would be over the life of 30-year life of the asset. When I say 30-year life of the assets, that's based on our growth plans and our asset management plan are in 10-year increments. We have 1.6 million in potential sale of surplus lands. There's again 2-4 acres of surplus lands there that we could utilize for sale, which we're have about $1.6 million attached to it. Potential sale and disposition of other municipal property, including 17 George, which is the current police station facility. Also, some other facilities that we'd be able to consolidate and move administrative or service level or department level assets to as well. And then rent recovery with the courts. The courts do intend to, if they move with us, again, still working through the details of where the courts want to be and what they need for space. But they have identified that there's space needs challenges with the current facility now. So at the very least, there'd be an increase in needed space by the courts. So that increased space that they would pay for would provide us about $0.4 million in capital. So that gives us a funding total of about $32.8 million. Again, that provides about a $3 million shortfall from the number I just mentioned in the report. What we've talked about is, again, what you have in front of you are Class B estimates using a conceptual drawing. What we intend to be moving forward is, if we're to move forward, how do we fund that gap? And number one, that gap over a 30-year period can likely be absorbed with other capital changes and pressures. But more importantly, what's the final number going to look like? What can we do to change the scope in regards to the project? What again exactly does the court come back with in regards to their numbers? We're in the midst of doing our development charge study now, and that could change again some of the development charge dollars that are available to us for this project based on exactly how much of it is growth and how much of it is current uses. So again, we think there are ways that we can fund that gap by number one, reducing the cost, and number two, improving some of the revenue sources as we move forward. Again, that will depend on several factors. What do we want? Decisions that would have to be made after if we were to decide to move forward today. As we devise our plans, then the question becomes, what do we do with the current facility? Again, decisions aren't being made tonight on disposing of that property. That's an option with providing counsel in regards to funding the new acquisition. Decisions will still need to be made around what properties are we disposing of, what uses are we using for other properties, what are we doing with the vacant industrial lands, is that useful for other purposes, or again, or should it be? So again, a lot of those decisions still will be made. We're giving you an option on how we can actually fund this project without necessarily changing the original funding piece of our capital long-term plan of that $20 million. That will be funded by the property tax reserves. So with that said, that really brings me to the end of the report, which is kind of, if we move forward, what are the next steps and what does that look like? The decision before you tonight is whether or not to purchase that right-of-way property. Next steps then become, it's really a three-phase project. One is final designs and what does it look like for the police station headquarters. Number two, what exactly are the port needs and what does that look like for the port space and how does that integrate and have the operational savings we have with police and the port so that we can make it operational more efficient as we again do port security, prison transportation, all of that is done by the city and the city police. So again, there's coordination there that's helpful in regards to design. And then third, what space is available for city services and what's the best use of that space within the city. And those are all reports that will come back to council for decision making around putting all of that together, which is why we're saying if we go ahead and purchase today, we're still 18 to 24 months before there's anything with the police in essence move in and other areas move into that facility as we move forward. We've indicated in the consultant's report, they do have a lot of money based, again, because it's a Class D estimate and still there's a lot of unanswered questions. The Class D estimate puts some assumptions around project management, administration, and we are certainly on a project of this scale in this magnitude. We want to make sure we've identified in the report that we do want to make sure there's about $300,000 allocated in those costs for project management, internal project management that we can utilize to ensure that we are doing the best to protect our interests as the city. And again, that's negotiating with the police as to again, what needs do they have, what do we need to do? And again, that would be with our facility staff if they can lead, but how do we bring those resources to make sure that we're properly managing this project so that the numbers you see in that report can be looked at, defined, third-party reviewed, and make sure we're getting best value for money in regards to moving forward. With that, I think again we've talked about this several times already. I will leave it at that and see if there's any questions from council.
Thank you. Questions from council at this time? Councilor McKay, go ahead.
Through the mayor, thanks for the verifying what decision we are making today and things like that afterwards. In looking at a couple of questions, probably for the CAO, in regard to, it's nice that we have a certain amount allocated to asset management, and I just feel that maybe it's too low in terms of a project of this size, and also we have later on the agenda looking at another large contingency on the digester route thing. Basically, we're to save considerable money, we need to have somebody who's very strong in working for the owner's interests in this, in my opinion. That's more of an observation than anything else. One question regarding the courts. Is there a potential in those discussions for the courts to also have some skin in the game as far as the capital side?
Through the mayor. So again, that's an important piece. And obviously when we started this process, what we told council is if we decide to proceed with the LOI and the APS is we're going to give you all the information that we can get over the next several months for you to make a decision, but we won't have all the answers. And dealing obviously with the province takes time. They have, just like us, they have to go through their due diligence period. We actually have to deal with what we've been told is 3 ministries with the province on this file. We were hoping to have at the very least an MOU, a memorandum of understanding from the Ministry of Infrastructure, who manages their assets. We're still waiting on that, but certainly they're working at least from a staff level. They are interested in moving with us, are interested in what we can do at this facility or any other facility for that matter. And again, the minister was here actually last fall, I believe, and certainly viewed that provincial courts at that facility as probably I don't want to say inadequate, but certainly can provide some improvements to the space as we move forward. So the short answer is they would be responsible for their portion of that building in 1 of 2 ways. One is the building itself, just like we do now, we charge them full market rent, and that full market rent pays for not only the operations of their portion of the facility, but the cap of the building itself. So there'd be one portion that would be paid for the let's say, the mortgage payment of their portion of the building. And then number two, if they need to make capital improvements or what we would call leasehold improvements, they would be responsible for that portion of their need to be making improvements to the current space as is. What we've told them is we're flexible if we want to take a look at it and there's opportunity to inject capital dollars to the project. We can take a look at that, maybe make tweaks to the way the lease agreement would work one way or the other, but we can go with the way in regards to how that arrangement would work. So the costs you see in front of you are in relation to the police portion of the facility. The courts would be a separate portion, and again, we included a little bit of dollars in there. We've been very conservative on that, knowing that they're probably going to require a lot more space. And we think that just helps with the full, when we talk about, say, the $12 million purchase price, and right now we've included that in the full cost of the police. The reality is a portion of that should be attributed to the courts, and a portion of that should be attributed to the municipal portion of the facility. We're treating it all as police for this purpose, to see if the math works in relation to your long-term capital plan without impacting anything else. That's why we structured it that way.
If I could just build on that, Councillor McKay, thank you for your question. Certainly with the visit by the Attorney General's office, certainly identified at the George Street, 17 George Street location, current location of the courts, not only space, but also safety and security that just isn't there. And so certainly I echo the thoughts of the CAO. I would believe that if we found ourselves moving, they would find themselves being part of that move. Thank you for that question. Other questions or comments from council? Councillor Niger.
Through the mayor, just more of a comment than anything. Just within the police services, they require a new building. The CEO mentioned that we've been chatting about it for many years. If you review everything, it's still less expensive than renovating the current headquarters. It's far less expensive than a new building. So allow, sale of some existing assets to kind of assist with this. Don't eliminate, additional lease costs that we have. And it's going to provide a facility that meets operational needs for decades to come. And that's just on the finance piece of it. The other part is the soft, and what I think the police services need as a department and a service and a team is that the consolidation of police operations into a single modern headquarters on improve efficiencies, reduce the long-term operating costs. It's going to enhance public safety, strengthen, the team, the staff, and just going to a proper station, or headquarters to work. And again, it's going to provide sustainable, facility capable of serving, Stratford needs or decades like this. So to me, this is a great opportunity that we don't get all the time. And moving forward, I think it's going to be a much good benefit for us.
Thank you. Councillor, go ahead, please.
Thank you for the chair. Couple of questions. There's no doubt that the police need more space, so I'm not too concerned about the sort of facility assessment of that space for them. I'm curious about a space needs assessment for a municipality. I think we've been working on one for a couple of years. I'm just wondering where that's at.
Through the mayor, so yeah, we do have something that we have, and I don't believe, like I said, we've talked about less, we haven't shared that with council yet. In regards to space needs, then we're an internal document working within that to see what can be done with the current facilities we have. If we proceed, whichever direction council proceeds in this evening, so if we proceed with Bright Boulevard, what we'll try to do is that space needs requirement, and then what we can do within that space needs with Bright Boulevard as a potential solution to some of those challenges, and then what can be consolidated. If we do not move forward with Bright Boulevard, what we'll do is bring forward another type of solution. Here's our space needs and our challenges, and here's some potential solutions on how to solve some of those challenges as we move forward. We were waiting, and we didn't have enough time in our due diligence period to put all of that information together, so we concentrated just on this police needs, knowing that this would be an anchor point, and this was a priority. Which is why you don't have it in front of you today, but it's something that's been worked on. We have general thoughts on space needs and concepts with our current facilities, but didn't want us to be running the waters with all that information.
If I could muddy the waters a bit, and thank you for your question. One of the space needs we know we have is our ISO department. which is situated in the basement of this building, which is not ideal. And when we talk about a downtown possible location for our police, then the IT spot could be relocated to an IT design building at Wright Boulevard, and they're freeing up a space and a cutout just off Downey Street where police and visitors alike, whether tourists or residents, can access police in the downtown core if needed. So that's one space needs assessment that we have had some conversation about, and that I think would be a good fit for both IT, our residents, visitors, and for police as well.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that, yeah, I think this space needs assessment is important, and we've been talking about it for several years. And to really understand all of our assets, that's great. But we also need to understand the space that we have for our human resources as well, and how things are working and efficiencies that could possibly be found when you look at the actual space that we use.
CAO?
Yeah, no, and I think that's an important, through the mayor, that's an important comment. Actually, one of the comments that the Attorney General made when he was here is he made a comment that when they look at all of their court facilities across the province, the average age is something between 80 and 90 years. And it was an interesting comment because we're in the same boat, not necessarily from that age, but when we look at all our facilities, we have aging facilities. Again, we've done a good job where we're going to be updating all of our building condition assessments. We really have a good handle. But there's two components to facilities. One is what is the cost to upkeep and make sure those facilities continue to be well maintained, but also enough space as the city grows. But number two, and you pointed this out, Councilor Burback, is the efficiencies that are gained by housing certain people, certain departments, certain functions together to make sure it's the best use of that space. Right now, again, when you just have what you have, you just use it to whatever best ability you can, but you don't necessarily design it. It's not designed to function in the most efficient way, and that's something we want to do. And that allows us with again, if we move forward with this project, that allows us to properly design that space for the best use. That's why we necessarily haven't identified what those uses might be. We have lots of ideas of what those ideas, but again, what's the best use from both a cost perspective, but an efficiency perspective as well.
And one more
Certainly.
question. Looking at the downtown presence, and the way that this staff recommendation motion is presented, it doesn't really have anything in there about a downtown location, and I don't know if it would be possible to add that in just as a. I think I would feel better if we had commitments to say that we're going to put a downtown hub of some sort for the police, because I think that is important. So that it doesn't get lost in the shuffle as we go down the road.
Through the mayor, certainly it's up to council to add whatever you like to the resolution. Whoever puts it forward, certainly we're not opposed to that. It is, as we discussed, part of our plan. And again, please know that that's an important aspect that council wants us to consider. Thank you.
Councilor Henderson?
Through the mayor, I have a bit of concerns about that. Right now, like it was mentioned that the police are doing patrolling downtown, foot patrol, and I see them quite often driving around downtown and that. So if they're doing that now, and then we're spending all this money on a police station, and then we're going, but we need another hub. I'm thinking that kind of defeats the purpose of trying to get them all in the one building. Although I understand that they just have an office or something where they can drop in. That's, we can move like, they have a lot of space down there. They have like 1, 2, 4, or 5 offices in there. So I'm not sure.
Through the mayor, and again, please can answer this if needed, but in our conversation, it's not a lot of space. To your point, it would be one office, and more importantly, a place to park a cruiser, and along one side of that. Number one provides again another police presence downtown, but then somewhere they can do their patrols from, and have a park vehicle around, and then again, they need to do some office work. There'd be one office that they can work out of doing some of that. But the idea is they're out patrolling, not necessarily. So that's why it wouldn't be a lot of space in regards to a hub center.
of the comments. Councilor Rodolfo.
Thanks so much, and I know we're looking for the long-term contract. As you know, do we have any fund available soon?
Go ahead. Yeah.
So through the mayor, funding for emergency services facilities has not necessarily been something we've seen a lot of over the last number of years. We have seen recently in the province and the Fed's development charge reduction program. They did include emergency services in that program, which is a good indication that as things move forward, there are opportunities for those type of funding options come about. Right now, we don't have anything in front of us. There may be some options as we look at renovating the building, if we apply for a municipal fund or something like that, that's enhancing efficiencies, that will provide some potential funding in small amounts. But I'll go back to the conversation we had when they're talking about our full asset management plan. And the idea is when we're looking at our asset management plan, we have, again, $1.8 billion worth of assets. And the idea behind that is there's grant programs out there that, for example, will fund, and what we're hopeful is something around the Grand Trunk. And that kind of fits and aligns with some of the big grants that are out there. And if we get money for that, that allows us in our capital budget to use less funding over here, but that just shifts to be allowed to use through another asset over here. Same with infrastructure. There's lots of funding opportunities that come forward with infrastructure, road, water, wastewater. Again, water, wastewater are a little different because of rate funding. But getting money for using the best opportunity we have to get the most money out of provincial or federal dollars, then that allows our full capital plan to be funded properly as we move forward. So it doesn't matter if you're getting a grant for this facility over here. We have a lot of facilities, a lot of assets to fund, and we'll try to get grants for the best opportunity that then frees up those dollars. And the idea is we put in around $24 million a year in capital reserves. Right now, they're segregated to each of those asset classes. But the reality is when we do our asset management plan, 1 year we might spend heavy on roads and bridges, etc. The next year we might be spending more on the recreational assets because that's the need and the priority of the day based on the condition of that. It doesn't mean that there's $1 million a year, it's always for recreation. It's meant to be a pot of money that is going to be used for all of our assets, for those priority assets on an annual basis. So to answer your question, there's not any direct grants for police services at this moment. There's small grants, there's small opportunities, nothing large. But if things come up, we'll definitely apply if it makes sense.
If I could add to that, Councilor Rodolfo, certainly if the courts follow, we will obtain dollars for renovations through the courts, because that's where we can obtain some dollars, and also that long-term rent that will come with their involvement with this project as well. Follow up?
It's not just emergency. As you know, our main emergency is housing. It's not like emergency. And then we see our policies, our housing, right? And then that 20 million euro, if you put for our housing, maybe we can wait. I mean, the policy, if you know, it's very important to keep our policy down, even some portion of policy department. I mean, not policy to take out. I mean, are you following?
Yeah, through the mayor, two questions there. One, I'll answer the second one first around police presence downtown. Certainly, around housing homelessness, again, the police are going to dictate where their priorities are, and that's regardless of where the location of their headquarters is, and whether that's dealing with certain aspects of the community. One way or the other, they're going to deploy those services where they're needed, whether that's north of town, south of town, downtown. That'll be kind of a service level decision on that front. In regards to housing and homelessness, again, we've talked a lot about housing and homelessness. What we're doing, we brought a support forward a few months ago in regards to how much we are contributing, and we have partnerships with the province that is responsible for the services that we then provide. They provide us a certain amount of money, then the partner municipalities, City of Stratford, County Perth, Town of St. Mary's provide the rest of it on a weighted assessment basis in regards to those services. We also talked about council has committed $5 million to the 398 Erie Street supportive services. So again, that's now part of that long-term capital plan. The other piece is we own, I want to say 663 units, give or take, of housing within Port County as a whole that the city owns. And part of the asset management plan was what are we doing? What are those conditions? And we are spending money to upkeep all of those facilities. So I don't have the number for you today as to how much the city and our partners are spending on capital when it comes to housing and housing related pieces. But it is substantial on an annual basis, and we can certainly provide that to council or update the report that we provided council a few months ago on that front.
And further than that, Councilor Dolph, if we're looking for grant dollars, probably better success in getting grant dollars for housing and homelessness than for police. So what money we don't spend, on the housing front that comes through grant, and it will also support us in this work as well. But I'll have to point out as well that we are responsible for providing a quality professional space for our women and men that serve us through the police services, and then them in turn provide the best service they can for our residents and tourists alike. Other comments or questions? Councilor Bristol, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And following that comment, I think as especially the section we have here on the police service delivery staff will be that when we talk about the public good that the police provide for us. They included a training space this year. I don't think we overlooked the opportunity this provides. That we right now currently have to go out of community to sometimes to meet current standards, as well as have setting classes as well as some physical components. My question was more about the training facilities and the detailed design part of the recommendation. Would there be kind of a gradation of the designs available? That we know there's kind of training facilities available, and we also mentioned the kind of for the shooting range. If that would be the goal, we have kind of A, B, C to see how far we can extend our budgets.
We should start. I think what we'll do is we have the luxury of having two inspectors here and the chief. Perhaps I'll ask the CEO to begin the answer to that, and perhaps at this time, Chief Landers, if you could make your way forward, you can address some of these questions as well.
So through the workshops, there is delegation listed, and especially if it's starting to move more towards support of opposition, essentially, to renovations. I wonder if you hear from the delegates and then.
I get to tell the chief what to do. Did you hear it? Chief, I'm gonna ask you, I've been asked by the clerk if we can hear the delegation first, and then you second. Sure. Thank you, I apologize. So, do you want to stab at that first, or we will want to go to the addendum for the delegation?
So through your worship, so there is a motion that Jane Marie Mitchell be heard.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Henderson will move, seconded by Councillor Bristol. All in favor? Opposed to any, that's unanimously carried. Thank you. Dan, clerk for that. Whenever you're ready. You're welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councillors, staff, and members of the public. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I wonder how many houses you look at and consider before you actually put an offer on a house. I bought 3 houses, and 2 of those times I researched and looked at 7 or 8 houses in the area before deciding. It was a distance away, so it was done with a couple of visits. The last house I bought was a family home for my father, so I knew it was like this property on Wright Boulevard is far too big for the police station, so other tenants were sought to fill it up. This adds to the cost of renovations to be done. Are the costs for these renovations now included? And is the rent established that will help offset these costs to the city? Is this the first building that the city actually considered, or were there others? There's an extra 4.8 acres on the property. What will become of that? The greater size of the building, the greater the operating costs in maintaining it. Do we really need something this big, even into the future? It's like buying a 10-bedroom mansion when all you need is a 4-bedroom house. This building is 100 square feet with 625 more, and the city estimates it needs 55,200 square feet. Add another 10,100 square feet for the indoor shooting range, and that's 65,300. The court needs 17,000 square feet, so we still have 18,325 extra square feet to possibly renovate to fit an unknown user with heating and cooling and maintaining costs, which we don't need unless you've already found some tenants for that. Is this appropriate to add to the taxpayer costs? The cost, as I see it, involve acquisition of a property for 12 million, renovations particular to the use for 24 million as a Class D estimate. What isn't included in there is the HST that would have to be paid, as well as interior furnishings, like the desks and stuff like that. Will there be any unexpected expenses that are not already accounted for that could happen in a detailed project of this size? There are potential development charges, potential income from the sale of the old police station, potential income from the sale of surplus industrial land on Wright Boulevard, and potential rent for the property, and potential rent needed for downtown. There seems to be a lot of ifs and whens. Should we not have a more stable idea of the outcomes of all the components of this deal before councillors vote to approve or disapprove it? It doesn't seem like there are several buyers lined up to purchase the land. What's the hurry? As it seems rushed to approve it without a clear financial information picture and the final details. For the approval tonight includes that council direct the chief administrative officer to execute agreement of purchase and sale and other agreements, documents, or instruments necessary to complete the acquisition with the National Trust Company and the Bank of Nova Scotia, subject to the satisfaction of the city solicitor. Are we leaving the final details up to the CAO and the city's solicitor to decide, and not council? Is council ultimately not responsible? Should council have the final say when all the details are done? In my opinion, it's not ready for approval yet. It's being rushed. Thank you very much for hearing my concerns.
Thank you. Any questions? The delegation. Thank you. So at this time, perhaps Chief, would you come forward, and we'll address some of the questions. I don't know if you needed welcome. I don't know if you need a question from Councilor Driscoll. Restated, please.
Thank you. In the report, we're very happy to see the main facility included, and then the potential for the also. And I know that there's kind of a question around development timelines, or what facilities come at the time in the design process. I was just wondering if the detailed designs that I'll get and report back, if there will kind of be a creation of options for us, especially as we're looking to reduce some of the costs and contingencies. But if all of those potential training facility options available will be included in those detailed designs. That's kind of very interested in seeing.
So I would say in regards to that what we're looking at is to getting into the facility I'm gonna use the acronym of not in a Cadillac, but in a Ford or Chev vehicle. We want to bear the basics, the pillars that we need to get into the building. Training is a big part of what we do. What I would like to see in the original design is some of the training facilities designed that we can use with our community partners for training such as CPR. You could use it in regards to our mandated training in-house, et cetera. We haven't looked at an indoor range yet. They're very expensive. So that would be something for capital.
Further questions from council with regards to, while the chief's here, whether it's foot patrol, whether it's design? It's Councilor Henderson.
You're the mayor. I've been on council since 2006, and I remember the first budget that came looking for a new building. We can keep waiting, but that price has gone way up. And my understanding from the part is that the police board, if we wanted to build a new, it would cost us almost 90 million. And we know different communities around us have built new OPP stations, they've built EPP stations, and the cost is up. Is so high. And to get a building that's like on one floor and accessible and has a larger presence, because there's a lot of people use that road and they can easily get east and west and south really fast. I'm trying to get them all the directions. North not quite as fast, but and then they have the police station down here, but I can remember the former police chiefs coming and saying about how cramped it is. And when you take a tour through there, it's not very good health wise, or I'm sure it must be what's the word? Not uplifting to work in a building like that. And I remember when the elevator went up and the ports was up for over 6 months, and all those people had to be relocated, and so the ports would even benefit from that. So I don't know if you have anything to comment about that, but have you noticed a difference in maybe how everybody's feeling about, maybe there might be finally something after looking for so many years?
Well, I can, thank you through the chair. I can answer that since my arrival at the start of March, that I have noticed an uptick, a buzz, you might say, for the police service in regards to the possibility of moving in the building. Our building is it was built obviously in 1965. It's done its job well, but it's past its sell life. Members are cramped, and there is a buzz, well, a possibility of getting into a new building. Also, the positivity of having all of our service under one roof would create efficiencies and create better teamwork, etc. So yes, it's very positive.
Councilor Briscoe.
Thank you, through the chair. I know that we've talked about kind of the community aspect of being around town, but to me, I see having this larger facility with to host more community events and bring community in, and I recommend if we actually expand our opportunity to bring community in, having bigger footprint and bigger space.
I certainly think that there would be areas that we could use for community gatherings, get-togethers, etc. Joint training areas that we could use with other facilities through the city. I think there's a number of efficiencies that we could find there. Certainly.
Anything further? Thank you, Chief. Other questions with regards to the report or comments to the CAO? Councilor Knight.
Through the mayor, I was just kind of thinking there, and when our Mitchell was with the delegation. A number of different buildings have been looked at in the previous year, just my time on the service, the board. And you know, one was new, again, it's very expensive, kind of out of our reach. We looked at another building, was not going to meet our needs. You know, we looked at renovating this building, it's like we were putting a Band-Aid over and over and over and over. The chief said, you know, it's done its purpose and it's done its purpose well, but it's time for us to move forward. And then came up the current Penrose Boulevard, and it seems to meet our needs. It's gonna need our needs for the future, it's gonna need our needs with the courts, with the future, within our city IT department or what have we think there. I think the focus today should be like on a net long term, you know, and a low cost to the taxpayer going long term. But all the other options that we've looked at is a substantial amount of money, and we still don't have what we want. So I would be happy to move forward with asking BCA to proceed with the purchase.
So is that a motion?
Yes, that's me.
With regard to the staff recommendations? Thank you. Second, Councilor Briscoe will second. Discussion. Councilor McCabe.
Following on the comments, Chair of Councilor Nature, I think this presents a really unique opportunity for a city that has a lot of old buildings, many of them not really set up to deal with the 21st century. You have the possibility of expanding in this area. We have lots of parking available in this area, so it's both solving a real issue for the police, as well as giving us an opportunity to think about what does the future look like for the city. What can we do with a facility at this scale? With the extra acreage as well, it means that we have really optionality as far as it goes, and there are people interested in that space as well. Sometimes you have to make decisions that move things forward quickly, even though you know it is important to deliberate. But I think this is a very unique opportunity for the city to address some of its main needs as well as the needs of our police services.
Thank you. Councilor Briscoe.
Thank you to the chair. I think very happy to see it move forward, and I think I would just caution on kind of the zero-sum approach to these types of decisions that we make as council, that we know that there is housing pressures, but it's not a zero-sum approach when we look at how we spend money as a community, because it all contributes to the same well-being of our community. And I think the large footprint, especially if we're concerned about housing, this actually offers even greater opportunity. We know that we're doing the deep assessment, and that actually looks at a relocation of various current municipal teams perhaps into that building. And when we look at our municipal assets, perhaps that creates an opportunity for a current municipal asset to be retrofitted because it's more conducive to potentially a housing opportunity. So this doesn't preclude housing. In fact, it could open the door to more housing or to another opportunity within our community, as well as we look at how we organize our municipal assets. So I think I don't feel rushed. I have not felt rushed as a councillor. I felt very well informed, going through not just administrative proceeding, but through this term of the options that we've looked at, and then to kind of build upon the opportunities that this brings us, at a cost that we may see it as a $3 million more, but really to get a whole, potentially a new facility for a new department or a new team for $3 million is an unheard of deal. When we look at the cost of building and also the cost of purchasing potentially another asset. So I don't want it to be walked into a discussion of it's $20 million here at the expense of something else. It's $20 million to meet our public safety needs, accessibility needs, our staffing and training needs. Morale is incredibly important, which only translates into greater community service and community engagement. And it opens the door for more. So that's
Thank you. Other comments, Councilor Savary.
First, the report notes that relocation would remove some daily employee activity from the downtown. I think we would be hard pressed. More likely, it is unrealistic to believe that whoever moves into the existing space downtown could replace the foot traffic and business into a report that 71 sworn officers, 26 employees, entire court staff, and anyone visiting the police services or Fort Springs. In addition to any other city administration talked about moving from the downtown to fill the extra square footage. Second, the report notes that relocating would not reduce police levels in the downtown, but also that there would be a need for second satellite location to support officers downtown. Why move out of downtown if a new satellite location will have to be added? We could move police services at a cost of 36 million, not including a satellite location downtown or any likely overruns from the estimates we have in front of us. We could renovate the existing building at a cost of $36 million noted in the report. To move now to the very edge of the city and to willfully remove a significant economic activity from our downtown, in my opinion, is the wrong move. So I don't support it, and I'd like to report it vote.
Yes. Any other comments, questions? I'll note that with if we relocate the Erie Street, we would have to build an expansion as well on the current site, because right now we do house part of our police force at Erie Street currently. We could figure it out, so that's another challenge. We could relocate under one roof. And if we need an office space in the basement of this building, then we can afford that. Other questions on comments before we follow a recorded vote? See, Councilor Burback.
Thank you, Through Chair. This is perhaps somewhat of an aside, but when I look at that area that we're looking at relocating the police station, as the whole neighborhood there, I would classify that as a desert. So when we're looking at the fact that there's a piece of property right next to the police station that could be used for commercial or retail as opposed to industrial, I think that's something that we need to have in the back of our minds, that we could actually mix that and create a neighborhood that has more mixed use. And this is an opportunity to do that.
Thank you. Other comments? Councilor Wilson, go ahead, please.
Yeah, we are talking about the budget money. As similar to your money, right? You know, to be focused. I know the good place with for futures, they have a good plan. Then as a whole, when they were looking for money, the situation is not intact, right? And then it's not a time to hire into vote or council as small, right? And then my main just to advise for this, space there, maybe we have to purchase for some geological police department, and then we do for the when we have the money, of course, with that. But as this moment, we are more focusing what we are looking at this. Investments, policy, these are just for kids. At this moment, we are okay. Our points are understanding us, and we need a lot of training. I don't have policies. Then the people show, right? Maybe you can to we can very close to YMCA, very close to library, that's what we are trying to do. We have a lot of parking growth. That's a good idea. They have some room, maybe for the future, but as this moment, $20 million for us. The tax money is not fair. At this point, I mean, we have a good appetite, good that. But as a moment, I'm not ready to support that. So I'm sorry.
If I could just, before I address your comment, Councilor Briscoe. These inadequacies have developed over time. I read just recently a letter from the deputy chief in 2007 saying, we have outgrown our space. It's not accessible. It doesn't have the things that we need for a police force. And so we can continue to move, to continue to deny that. Well, we have an opportunity here, an opportunity that other parties are interested in that location as well. So it's about taking an advantage of an opportunity, I would say. And once again, providing an important part to our community, that's the safety of our residents and our visitors. We can't deny that. Councillor Bristol.
So which I believe, here, but we don't deny it, like wind safety. But the downtown most safe, we have a lot of business, local business downtown here, right? I don't deny it. My question is, we have to keep them close, like what you see, there are not of parking space. Decide what you see, okay, what's the proper stuff, the still nothing, right? I know we are looking very far. And then we're just building another police department. Why you are building close to one city, there's a cooper, that's our own land, right? But I know. Totally understand it was with social bank, it's a good place to raise a price. Maybe if you have fun, maybe for future, that's good. So
Thank you. Councillor Bristol.
Thank you, through the chair. I think the focus on the economic impact of being downtown, I think one overlooks general police operations, that they're out and about in community and planting buildings and businesses all across our community and across the county used to how they're on their shifts, as well as there is the administrative impact, but that doesn't mean that we lose that, and whatever that building becomes, whether it's a mixed use, it addresses other, there's an economic driver there as well as be a strong economic driver in the development of the Cooper site. My bigger concern is that it's alluded to here that we've seen just a thought that we're actually going to move forward that has increased police morale. And I think the focus is not on the economic impact downtown, it should be on we are not retaining staff because we don't have adequate training facilities and we have to have a shift schedule that is conducive to family life so people look beyond our communities. And now we are short staffed and someone can't get to a call one time. That's the point of police, that's the point that we should be looking at. If this alleviates that, then that's what we should be focused on. Or it's the officers and their families that are overrun because we don't have adequate staff and we lost morale and now they're all on stress leave and health crisis. That's what our responsibility is for our officers and how the economic impact is. To me, that's the main focus when we talk about creating this. So that's the impact that will be felt at home in those officers' families within our police force, and that only produces great benefits for. So I think that's the focus, not the again. If we caution going into a 0-sum approach to this within our competing priorities, and then get focused on just that community facility. I know Waterloo is an upstate community, but their headquarters is far outside any city center. In all three cities that they operate in, and it provides a large facility that has many community events, welcomes families in constantly. It provides an incredible hub. It has our natural facilities, and that translates into the service that many people go through their whole career on and has some incredible outcomes. And I think replicating similar approach here is again something that we should be talking about specifically.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson, then Councillor Wardle.
Through the mayor, I think Councillor Rodolfo was trying to, I'm sorry, I couldn't quite understand it all, but I think he was inferring that maybe we could do the police station at the Cooper site or the Grand Trunk site. And I did ask that question, and when I looked at the report, it was gonna cost around 63 million to put the police station in there. Doesn't mean you don't floor the mechanism. All the cost would be used.
I would think that's a low cost.
You know, it was a low cost.
Councillor Wardle.
yeah, I get to that, and if you go look at like Waterloo and other city parts, you have the common like coffee club. The police department. Refreshing us, the police have fitness. They have no fitness club here, but we need our police more space, right? They need exercise, like club, coffee club. We need that type of things. We have today we have right to decide. The council have right to decide to vote. We have voice to vote for this department. My question is, I know we have at this moment taxpayer money, 20 million dollars. I know that's not our money, that's the tax money. But if you guys, if you are applying for the farm, go ahead. you can apply for fund, maybe for current department or maybe interior government, you can, if you get money to build for specific for the department, otherwise, one will go tax that money, that the tax money, you know, have to be careful enough. Thank you.
CAO. Thank you, through the mayor. I just want to touch on the cost and how we deal with capital as we move forward. So what we suggested when we did our asset management plan, the idea is we have all of these assets that we need to ensure that we're putting money aside, not in such a way that there's ups and downs so that the taxpayers of today, but the taxpayers of today aren't going to pay the full $20 million for this asset. The idea is we've been planning for this for several years. We didn't know exactly how it would look, where it would be. But 5 years ago in our development charge study, we knew we were going to need to upgrade the police facility. We knew that portion, or we estimated that portion to be $16 million for the growth portion. So we've been planning from a development perspective, that portion. From an asset perspective, you, council, have made some really good decisions over the last number of years to increase your asset management reserves to make sure you're filling that gap. So when I say you're going to net $20 million, that's going to be over the life of an asset, using debt, using reserves. And when I showed the chart, and we can certainly put it up today, is the idea is our full capital plan is at a point where now we're going to increase that number by about $1 million a year, which is around 1% tax, which funds not only a police station to renew that asset, but every other asset in the city that we currently have today to meet the service levels of our community. When we add new assets and new services, that's a different discussion. We don't have that service, and we need that a new service that we need to add to the plan. We still have some work to do to catch up, but the idea behind that green line up there is to show the taxpayers that that is a steady increase moving forward for the next 20 years. And within that, there's going to be ebbs and flows on the capital. The black line is the capital spend. So the capital spend are going to go up in certain years, down in other years, but the idea is to keep the tax base stabilized. And I think we're at a point now where we can do that. And that $20 million that we're talking about today is built into your long-term strategy. Now that's going to evolve. We can change as prices change, as things evolve. If we do certain aspects and make sure we maintain our assets, we can increase the life. In other cases, if we leave it too long and the price gets too far past us, then we need to look for a new facility like we're talking about today. So really, when we're talking about the 20 million, I want to be clear that that doesn't mean the taxpayers of today are paying $20 million. This has been planned and thought through for a long time. It's just not necessarily the exact asset that was planned through. And that's the same with every other asset that we in the city. We have the luxury with roads, that road is not necessarily moving, it's the same, but we plan to update those roads every 40 years. That's the plan. And within that, we also plan to maintain those roads to a certain level to make sure they get to 40 years. In this case, we haven't properly maintained that police station so that it can outgrow what it needs. And now we're in a position where it looks like it's going to cost us a lot more money, but in reality, that $20 million is built into your current financing structure.
Other comments, Councillor Sutton.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to Councillor Bristol's comments. So as has been noted, it's been this issue of the new police services building has been a long-standing issue for the city of Stratford. I haven't heard from police that there is a high staff turnover due to the current building, to the extent that it's creating hardships for officers and police services. We are not Waterloo. Our downtown is not Waterloo's downtown. That is why we rate high. One of the reasons we are a desirable place to live in New Garrison. One of the reasons we are a high place to visit. And so to downplay the removal of any economic input downtown, I think we shouldn't. We have a very unique downtown that is very valued by people who live here and people who visit. And the issue is when we start saying, well, these big cities are doing these things, that's great, but Stratford should be doing work for Stratford, period.
Thank you, Councillor Gay.
Through the chair, as a person who owns business in downtown core, I'm certainly cognizant of impacts on it, but I don't think this is a significant impact to the viability of the downtown core. You're looking at interest already in that facility from outside purchasers. In my view of things, the downtown core would be much more successful as a place that people live. And the kinds of businesses that support density in the downtown core. In the long run, I think that's where we'll end up going, and it will be successful. That is not to say that I don't like the police coming into my restaurant or to come and frequent the downtown core. They do, and I'm sure they do.
Any other comments? Councilor Bristol.
To the chair. Councilor comments, I think seeing it as a downtown opportunity, but then coming back to housing, it does provide a well-suited position for someone to retrofit into housing for others. And we talked about how many staff are there. We've had an equivalent, if not more, number of individuals living there that already contributes to the economic impact. So I think to only see it as a potential loss and accurate that there is so many ways for that to actually be even built further upon. And so that would be my own issue with categorizing it just as a potential loss. Really, I see it for again, this does provide more opportunity for downtown.
Other comments? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to proceed with the recorded vote this time.
Through you, your worship, beginning with Councillor Seven, please state whether you are in support or opposed to the motion on the floor. Councillor Seven. Councillor McCabe.
Support.
Councillor Briscoe.
Support.
Councillor Wardova. Mayor Ritza.
Support.
Councillor Henderson. Support. Councillor Niger.
Support.
Councillor Burback.
Support.
So through your worship, there are 6 members in support, 2 members opposed, 1 member who declared keen interest, and 2 members who are absent.
Thank you. I'll declare that motion passed. I'll also state that Councilor Hunter did not participate in the discussion nor vote on this item. Lord, I'm just wondering, are we going to move back to the public meeting portion?
Through your worship, yes. So now we're looking for a motion to move back to item 6.1 on the agenda.
Mover, Councilor Driscoll will move. Then Councilor Burback, all in favor? And I'm wondering if we can just take a short break before we go to the public.
Perfect. Item 6 is hearing the dedications and presentations, and item 6.1 is an adjournment to a public meeting. And there is a motion that the council meeting adjourning to a public meeting under the Planning Act here for members of the public with respect to zone change amendment application Z06-26 for 1199 Olone Avenue, Stratford, and to reconvene following the public meeting.
Thank you. Mover for that item. Moved by Councillor Nutcher, seconded by Councillor Burbach. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed, if any, that's unanimous. Carried. I'd like to call this public meeting to order. The purpose of this meeting is to give council and the public an opportunity to hear all interested persons with respect to zone change application Z06-26. The application affects the property with a municipal address of 1199 Olone Ave, Stratford. The order of procedure for this meeting will be as follows. The intermediate planner will present the application on behalf of the city, and then the agent for the applicant will provide an overview of the application. Council may ask questions for the purpose of clarifying the application, but are cautioned not to make comments nor to take a position on this application at this public meeting. Then the public will be asked for their presentations, comments, and questions. Questions and comments should be planning related and respectful of council, staff, and members of the public. If a member of the public is interested in providing comments or questions, please raise your hand at the appropriate time, and once acknowledged, proceed to the podium by exiting the main chamber doors and coming around the side door at the podium. The public is advised that if a person has not provided council with oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions before a bylaw is adopted or a decision is made, the Ontario Land Tribunal has the power to dismiss an appeal. The public is also advised that comments expressed and written material presented are a matter of public record for full disclosure. Are there any questions as to the order of this procedure? Seeing none, we will proceed with the public meeting. And I see that intermediate planner, Mr. Burnett, is ready to present. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Ritzma. Good evening, council, members of staff, members of the public. My name is Alexander Burnett. I'll be representing the city's planning division for tonight's public meeting for the subject application. A zoning amendment application was submitted by Baker Planning Group on behalf of the owner Zamcam Inc. and Cordelia Assets Inc. for the lands municipally known as 1199 Olone Avenue. The subject lands are currently used for agricultural purposes and include a single detached dwelling with accessory structures. The surrounding land uses include residential dwellings, agricultural lands, and open space associated with some municipal drains. I'm sorry. This was moving. Sorry. Application Z06 Z06-26 proposes to change the zoning of the subject lands from the agricultural zone to a site-specific residential 4th density R4 zone to permit the use of townhouse dwellings and requests site-specific provisions, including a reduced front yard. The requested provisions are to facilitate the development of 81 townhouse dwelling units on the lands. A holding provision is also requested as part of the application to requesting to limit development until such a time that municipal sanitary services are available to support the development of the land. The property is designated residential area and medium residential area in the city of Stratford's official plan, which permits a variety of residential uses, including the proposed townhouse dwellings. And as mentioned, the property is currently zoned agricultural in the city zoning bylaw, which permits agricultural and agricultural related uses. Notice of the application was circulated to all required agencies under the Planning Act, and no objections to the proposal have been received. The Upper Thames River Conservation Area Authority has requested that an additional holding provision be added to the future zoning of the lands to prohibit development until regrading and channelization works are completed for the McNamara Drain, the South Branch, to the satisfaction of both the UTRCA and the city. And notice of the application was sent to all property owners located within 120 meters of the subject lands, as well as included in the town crier of the Beacon Herald, and then a sign was also erected at the front of the property. At the time of this presentation, 2 public comments have been received by the planning department in response to the proposed application. Concerns of the public received include the increased density of the proposal and the lack of green space included as part of the proposal. And planning staff are aware of these concerns and they will be included and addressed as part of the final planning recommendation report that will return in a future meeting for council's consideration. The second letter received requested an additional holding provision be included on the future zoning of the site that ensures that cost sharing for any front-ended municipal works associated with Old Lone Avenue be secured prior to a return to city council for a recommendation. On this application, city staff will discuss this request with the applicant. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions from council at this time, Councilor Anderson.
Through the mayor, the green space, is it included in the parkland behind the Glover complex?
Through the mayor, I thank you for the question, Councilor Anderson. No, these lands are not included as part of that development previously. So these will be in the development. I know we look at a scenario about where parkland dedication is provided, or essentially green space through the provision of the city.
And that will be done through the site plan.
It'd be done through the site plan. At this time, the developers are not proposing to essentially provide a park or green space. They are going, or at least proposing to go down the ash and blue option. Ultimately, that'll be something that staff consider as part of the future, or as part of our future recommendation council.
And my second question is, I know it's kind of far from all the other sidewalks, but are they gonna be putting money out for a sidewalk, or are they gonna be installing it? Cause I know that at the corner of Quinlan and that they've come so far, right? So with each one, as they develop, if they do the sidewalk, and eventually it'll be along that whole way. Do you know what we're trying to do there yet?
To the mayor, I may not be the exact expert, but my understanding is that as part of this application, or as part of a potential future site plan application, the city would be taking the road widening. I believe my understanding is the eventual design of a multi-use trail up along Avenue.
That'd be perfect.
Don't have a timeline for that, but I believe in Councilor Trinquillet, or sorry, Director Trinquillet might be able to guys kind of provide some more details on that, but that's my assumption, and I believe that's the longer term.
A multi-use trail that goes excellent, because then you can use it to break sand, people walks.
After the curriculum, you want to add anything?
So through your worship, that answers the question. Possibly there is no timeline at this point.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilor Hahn.
Thank you, through the mayor. Would construction of these units be conditional on the extension of your loan from sewer?
Through the mayor, thank you for the question, Councilor Hunter. Yes, correct. They would need servicing provided to the extension of the loan sewer trunk. And so whether or not the timeline of that is up for debate, the applicant is aware of that because they've requested a holding provision. Basically ensuring that development could proceed until that servicing is provided. So one way or another, that servicing will need to be provided before an application like this can be developed.
Thank you. Councilor McCabe.
Through the chair, and this is just a general for information. How would we structure a cost sharing agreement to other properties that might be in there? I don't think it's come up before, and just wondering how that typically is done.
Director Batters.
Through your worship. Front ending arrangements are done under the Development Charges Act. There's a number of components that could be dealt with, but as Mr. Burnett spoke about the holding provision, the municipality can be satisfied that the terms of any front ending arrangements or commitments and the construction of the engineering design would be satisfied to the city as well as council's satisfaction before council will lift the holding symbol without the development to proceed.
But in the sense of the other property owner asking for a share of that.
Through your, okay, sorry, I wasn't clear.
Yeah.
So yes, one of the comments received was it with regards to another developer wanting to be known that the development should be subject to a front-ended arrangement.
Yeah.
That's essentially having the developers front end the cost of that sanitary trunk sewer up alone. So that's something that staff are generally open to reviewing and imposing as development criteria for this development.
Any other questions or comments for the immediate planner at this time, knowing that he'll be back up? Something further? Thank you. At this time, again, I'll invite the agent for the applicant.
Or yours, whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Can everyone hear me? My voice is a bit soft, so if you can't hear me, please raise your hand. Good evening, your worship, members of the council, members of the community. My name is Mary Tanner, and I am here planning group for the public meeting for the proposed project on Owen Avenue. We'll go to the next slide, please. So we heard from the intermediate planner Alexander about the site, just a bit more of the detail of the site. It is 3.35 hectares in area. You can see it on the air photo here. It is 152 meters of frontage on Owen Avenue and 201 meters deep. So that gives you an approximate idea of the size. We'll go to the next slide, please. You can see on this site, again, you see the site as it is on Owen Avenue, as surrounding land uses that have. There are existing neighbors to the east and southeast whose homes have been built. There's planned future residential to the east, as well as planned future residential that's a little bit further behind what's going on to the east, but certainly an area where the city of Stratford is planning for future residential and for growth in this part of the city. We'll go to the next slide, please. So this slide shows you the future development, and just to orient you, because you may not be able to read everything, Owen Avenue is at the top, running across the top of the slide, and then the particular development has an access off of Owen Avenue, and it comes into the development. There are 81 townhouse units. They are 3 bedrooms. They are in 12 blocks of either an 8-unit block or a 5-unit block. Each townhouse has 2 parking spaces, one in the garage, one in the driveway, and there are also 11 visitor parking spaces. I just want to touch a little bit on the blue items that are shown here, just to give a bit more detail and context of the overall site development. So there is one driveway access coming in, and it provides a circular route. Within the development, that driveway will be that drive area will be 6 meters in width, which allows 2 cars to pass. There will be no parking permitted on the road. In addition, there will be sidewalks that are 1.5 meters wide on each side of the road to allow people to access Owen Avenue and to walk through development. We do have accessible parking on the site, as well as what are known as mall garbage containers. They're buried in the ground, quite large and circular, and the garbage service comes in and picks them up and empties them, and they are shown where it says accessible parking and garbage segregation. We do have stormwater management on the site. What you see is the underground tank is for quantity purposes. There will also be some elements of stormwater quality management as well, to remove things like oily grit from the stormwater before it hits the tank and then is released. We have realignment of the McNamara drain. This has been worked out with the Upper Thames Region Conservation Authority. You can see it is on the part of the property that is adjacent to the existing development, and then also coming off along Avenue and through the site. That has been worked out through inspections with the Conservation Authority, and the intermediate planner mentioned an additional condition with the Conservation Authority, just to make sure that work gets done to everyone's satisfaction. And we certainly want to ensure that storm drainage is increasingly important in many communities. We'll go to the next slide, please. This is a rendering of what the proposed units would look like. You can see that they are 2-story units, and then the half-story is what we consider the attic portion. The height would be a maximum of 12 meters, which is the height in the proposed zoning. We'll go to the next slide, please. I don't want to spend too much time on this, as this was already touched on. Just to note that this is a residential area in the city's official plan, and it was planned for future residential development. This is a low density type of housing that is permitted in a low density planned area. The zoning is currently agriculture because it's an older zoning that is reflective of what was in place prior to plans being identified for future residential development. So the zoning bylaw that we are requesting is now catching up to the official plan and implementing the official plan. The zone we are requesting provides for townhouses, and as was mentioned, we are requesting a small reduction in the setback of Owen Avenue. There's a 5-meter road widening for providing services, as well as the multi-use path, which we are supportive of. But we are requesting just that 1.5-meter reduction in the in the setback. The other request that we have, in addition to the holding provision for sanitary sewers, is to consider that site as a whole. So if it is developed through condominium process and condominium blocks, the zoning applies to the totality. It is an administrative matter. It is also a commitment to the zoning bylaw that we will be asking to pass at a future meeting. Go to the next slide, please. We did complete a number of studies that were required by the city and the various agencies. I want to touch on the traffic study. First of all, it was completed by professional engineers who worked with a firm called Stratford City Council. They looked at the existing and planned traffic in the area, both on the road and Perth Road, the Perth County Road, and provided the traffic study in accordance with the city's requirements. The traffic study has been accepted, and there are no requirements for either turn lanes or turning area on that before to requirements. Driveways will function to provide proper access for the traffic to the site. There is one access, as was shown on the site plan. The engineers looked at the requirements of the Ontario Building Code, which determines the various requirements and pieces of what the building code is required to look at. And we meet all of those requirements. The Ontario Fire Code refers to the building code on this. So we have satisfied the requirements. The building code is providing access. So a secondary emergency access is not directed in this traffic study. We'll go to the next slide. There are servicing reviews that have been completed, and as was noted, there will be a holding provision for the future sanitary servicing to site, and that will be worked out with the city and the zoning bylaw, and also through the traffic, such as the site plan and Indian application. The owners are committed to working with the city and adjacent landowners on the design and the financing of that, and the financing mechanisms as well, whether it's front-ending agreements or multi-party agreements or other tools that are available to developers and established to provide services. The holding provision is therefore appropriate because the site does not have sanitary servicing, and the planning and financing of that needs to be completed. I mentioned the stormwater management plan, so I won't touch on that even further. Finally, the floodlight modeling was done that resulted in the work with the conservation authority with the mapping of the drain and its realignment and the conservation authority. Next slide, please. So in summary, this area is an area that is planned for future residential development. It is a generally low density area, type of townhouse. We are mostly is a low density form of housing. It provides a bit more of a mix than typical singles or semis. It gives different people the opportunity to buy into the housing market community partnership units. It also contributes to diversifying the housing supply in this area. This is Stratford. It is a well-designed site. It considers a lot of important things such as access and servicing, pedestrian access, as well as vehicular access, and supporting the broader community in providing all of the types of housing and services that people want in well-designed communities. Finally, we have addressed the technical matters. We welcome people's feedback this evening. I'm happy to answer questions and take your feedback, take questions, and we will work with staff to finalize the report in a few days. And finally, I just want to reiterate the support from the Conservation Authority, grateful for in the trustee plan. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Any questions for the agent at this time? Councilor Rodolfo.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Did you talk to neighborhood for maintain relationship?
Yes, absolutely. So this is a townhouse development. It will have one driveway access onto a Lone Avenue. So vehicles from this site won't be able to access the neighborhood into the rear, So there won't be cut through traffic to other neighborhoods from this particular development. That's a component of being a good neighbor. Certainly support the multi-use trail on a Lone Avenue and work with city staff to figure out how that gets built. That's another component of it. Managing the density of the site so that it is a lower density type of housing, but provides the townhouse form, which gives greater options for people to move into this particular community. I think part of being a good neighbor is providing pedestrian access around the site so people can walk into the site from the multi-use trail and have safe pedestrian access. And we've designed the road network to meet the Ontario Building Code requirements, so there will be safe access for emergency services.
Just for all one. So, do you have any affordable house or How's the price? Renting or for selling?
These will be ownership units. I don't have the pricing available. I don't believe there will be any affordable. So,
Any other questions? Counselor Henderson?
I noticed you have such accessible spots close to the beginning there. And I noticed that the houses look like they only have one step into them. Are any, then that would be fine for people that, canes or walkers and that, but anybody that has a scooter or something. Are any of them gonna be without any, making more accessible and maybe a bedroom available on the main floor?
some of the internal floor layouts do have a bedroom on the main floor. That is an option. The ability to provide at-grade accessibility would depend on the final design, and we just saw that to this process.
Counselor Ryan?
Thank you, through the mayor. I think you said this would be a condominium development. So would the internal roads be owned by the corporation or would they be assumed by the city?
They will be privately owned.
So the questions would be. Agent, or once again, this committee will come back at the end. If you have more questions, comments. Okay, thanks very much, Councilor Henderson.
I just wanted to point out that you had excellent presentations. It was very good to be able to mention the sidewalk and everything. It was very detailed. And I heard you had to ask things.
Thank you, Councilor Henderson. At this time, and once again, if you're interested, please raise your hand and let me acknowledge you. Crowd, are there any comments, questions, or presentations from? Please come forward. When you come forward, just once again, project your voice and hopefully the owls will pick you up. I will do that. Thank you, sir. And if you could state your name for the record. Thank you. Welcome, and whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Ken Woods, Stratford resident. I've got 4 points that I want to bring out here. I guess the number one point is I'm totally against using up agricultural lands. That's something council really has to think about. I would remind everybody here, that's point 2, that in the last election, almost everybody went on about how, oh no, we shouldn't be expanding the city off under the limits. We should be building up. We should be building density. And you're not doing that. Point 3 is if you're going to build a community like this, that is very tight. Honestly, to me, that looks like a prison. You got everybody boxed in, you've got no green space, no community place where people can gather. And on that note, I would have to bring up the tragic situation that happened near Sobeys where somebody was shot because the neighbors didn't get along, police had like 40 visits, that kind of thing. If you put people in that kind of a close environment with kind of no community access, no kind of green space or place to have a garden, those kinds of things, you're asking for trouble, in my view. And I guess my last point is homelessness. We need low-cost, affordable housing. You are continuing on the path of building a city for people with significant financial resources. And I am certainly getting the opinion, after watching council since 2014, that all of the old guard here, and you know who you are, really want to see money, money, money. We want the tourists in here. We want to bring in all kinds of property taxes. We don't want to have unsightly homeless people. We've got people living in tents right now.
Mr. Wood, can you keep your comments to this?
My comments are related to this. You may object to it, you may not like it, but these are my comments.
Keep them to the application.
The application is that place, if you're going to build it, should be something that's like a men's shelter or some kind of low-cost housing for people that are in great need, and you're not fulfilling that in this city. They're citizens as well. You've managed to reduce the number of tents by the transit station from 16 to 12 because of the rumor that they're going to be evicted. I'm really incensed at that, and you know that since I've been here, I've been saying, think of building a range of housing. You're not doing this. You want to build condos, you want to build single family homes, you want to build places where there's lots and lots of cars. That's not serving the city. And I think you've got to have a real second thought, and good luck in the next upcoming election. I'll be running too. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions from the public at this time? Let's wait. Okay. Please come forward. State your name for the record, please.
My name is Barry James. I own that little triangle that's going to be left in that subdivision there. And I just got some questions of what's going to happen to my land there. I have 5 or 6 big mature maple trees. I don't know if they're going to be left there or if they have to come down.
Will they know that and perhaps from the agent?
Right now, I own septic and own well, good water, so I didn't, so if I could keep that or. Oh, that's gonna work.
And we'll make note and. Towards the end, the agent or the planner will speak to it again.
Great,
Thank you, Larry, appreciate it. Any other comments, questions by the public at this time? One call for public questions or comments. Seeing none at this time, I'll invite the agent and perhaps the planner, intermediate planner back and to address a couple questions. And a reminder to the public, if you don't answer them tonight, we will answer them and provide response at a later date. Tanner or Mr. Burnett, if you want to address those questions from Mr. J.
Certainly. So, this zoning application is part of a process of applications, and you heard mention that there will be a future site plan. The site plan is when we get into the level of detail related to tree removal. Couple of things about that. First, as part of that process, a tree preservation plan will be required. So what trees are going to stay, what may need to be removed. We really can't boundary trees or trees on somebody else's property without your permission. So the first step is getting that tree preservation plan. And if there needs to be conversations about potential tree removal on a boundary or potential construction impacts, that conversation will happen through that process, but we have made it with it. So as we move through the process, we'll have those conversations.
And Mr. Burnett, anything to add to that? Any closing remarks at this time, Ms. Tanner?
I just want to thank the members of the public who were here and council members for your questions and your comments. We continue to refine the application through this process, and we look forward to further conversations with staff to address the outstanding issues related to servicing arrangements and finalizing details. So, thank you for your time.
Any closing remarks, Mr. Burnett? No, thank you. So it's Malcolm Henderson.
Mayor, I just wanted to clarify, we're not building that, right? That's not our property.
No, that's not.
Okay, I just want that to be clear.
So, Councilor Bordeaux?
Yeah, so we should, what does it mean? Is that not our property?
Pardon?
Is that not our property, right?
No, that's not our property.
That means it's still our property.
Pardon?
I mean, the people living there, I mean, if tiny house, how's the people living there?
Which
But she say is that's not our property.
which property are you referring to?
The lady was she mentioned about, inside.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You know, and and they're gonna develop it. Working with the city, but city does not own it, it's a private developer.
But sorry, Chair, just some understanding. Do we inform about that the city, the council, they know that about that? Is that normal to be for human there, if the tiny house?
I'm not sure what you mean by tiny houses. Are you talking townhouses or tiny houses?
I mean, is this like very small? I mean, is that, I'm not understand what Mr. Kennedy mentioned. I'm just to clarify.
I didn't hear anything about tiny houses, so. There's no projected installation of tiny houses on this property.
Yeah, no, my question is, how is the size of the room? The size of the house?
The size of the houses that are being built
Yes.
on site, square footage, I missed,
Through your worship, there's standard townhouse dwellings being constructed, they're not overly larger or smaller than your typical townhouse within the city.
That means normal, right? Just normal house.
Any other comments or questions? So city council intends to consider this application at a future council meeting where members will have an opportunity for full discussion after reviewing comments received from the public at this time. If anyone would like to receive further notice of this matter, please email clerks@stratford.ca. A video of this meeting will be posted to the city website. This public meeting is adjourned. I will turn it back to the clerk. And clerk.
So here we're just turning back to your regular council agenda. We're gonna move to item 7.2, which is proposed restructuring of Festival Hydro Inc. and Festival Hydro Services Inc. And the chief administrative officer will speak to the report first. And then there is a delegation on the agenda for consideration.
Just allow for a moment. Yeah, this time I'll turn it over to CAO Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this report is regarding to the proposed restructuring and Festival Hydro Services in Edmonton as well. So we had a presentation from the CEO of Festival Hydro, Jack Graham, back on July 13th. That presentation, actually the information is also included on this again, starting on page 228, which details out the discussions that both of those boards have been having for the last several months around restructuring, and then that's been proposed now to the city. At that meeting, council made a motion, which is included on page 223, that included 4 items there. One is to clearly articulate the municipality's objectives as sole shareholder of the company. So this report deals with that item. The next items are identify strategic matters requiring private shareholder approval, including matters that council materially affect the municipality's ownership interests and the corporation's strategic direction or its overall risk profile. Number 3 establishes an appropriate framework for the limited shareholder reporting in consultation regarding significant strategic initiatives. And number 4 reflects governance practices adopted by comparable Ontario municipalities, municipally owned local distribution companies, having regard to the size and circumstance of Festival Hydro. So the intent of this report, council, is to summarize in essence your priorities as we move forward. Before I do that, just to kind of help from the public that's here today, currently the city owns 100% of the shares of Festival Hydro, which is an LDC, a local distribution company, owned 100% by the city. We have shareholders from city council on that, along with private individuals that sit on that board. They in essence operate the distribution of electricity in Stratford and surrounding and some other areas. We are one of around 60 municipally owned LDCs in the province today. And then As well, the city owns 100% of the shares of Festival Hydro Services Inc., which is Rhizome, which does some dark fiber and some of that work in what we call the non-regulated side. So the regulated business is the electrical distribution. It's heavily regulated. There's rules to follow. We in essence have gained two sources in, one being promissory note, which we receive interest at 7.5% annually. And second of all, we receive a dividend from those net revenues that again come from that distribution. On the other side, Festival Hydro Services Inc., we also have a promissory note where we receive 7.5% interest on that on an annual basis. To date, we're not necessarily receiving dividends there, but again, if that were in the future to generate profit, again, it would have dividend policies that would provide dividends to the city. So the idea is city owns each of those in essence separately, run kind of collectively. What the proposal really does is instead of jointly owning separately, the city would own 100% of a holding company, and then that holding company would own the LDC, Rhizome, and any other companies, non-regulated companies, or regulated companies for that matter, moving forward. And the basis for that, in simple terms, and again, these are complex items, but in simple terms, the idea behind that is it creates flexibility, opportunities to leverage the equity we own, city owns, in that asset to either enhance the regulated business or enhance the non-regulated business. And really improve the dividends and interest and revenue sources that come from those entities to the city, which then offsets property taxes down from a long-term strategic perspective. That financial piece, obviously, there's some strategy and strategic alliance for us owning our own LDC. Provides us some control over some benefits from an economic standpoint in regards to the growth and how electricity distribution is, and also in regards to again, the idea behind Rhizome was to be able to provide dark fiber services when dark fiber services weren't available in the city, so that's a strategic advantage. It may not necessarily generate extra revenue for the city, but provides an economic benefit to the municipality in regards to having those type of services. And those are the type of benefits, hopefully moving forward, we can start to excel on moving forward. And there's lots of examples where that type of structure makes a lot of sense for all kinds of reasons that we get into. And they've provided, again, Festival Hydro has provided you in that background a lot of the pros, a lot of cons, a lot of the work that we've seen on this moving forward. And I won't get into the details of that. We've already had a presentation from Festival Hydro on that front. That's the concept as we move forward. The question is, why do we need to go down this path? Again, one of the challenges, like we were talking about earlier in regards to asset management, is LDCs have aging infrastructure. There's infrastructure need, and certainly there's a push to look at these LDCs. Are they sustainable moving forward on an as-going basis? The idea behind economies of scales, bigger LDCs, you can provide better rates to our citizens in regards to hydro services. And the question is, do we want to be a buyer or do we want to be a seller? In a sense, if I put it very, very bluntly, we have an opportunity to be able to sell our LDC and then again take those proceeds, but then again, that is now owned by somebody else, some other company. Or do we want to set ourselves in a position where we have the opportunity to expand upon the regulated businesses that we have opportunities to purchase or exceed into other markets around that front. So that's the regulated business side, and having a structure like this provides us opportunities on how to do that, partner, and have different opportunities around that scenario, that type of strategic scenario. The other scenario, of course, is also how do we, is there other markets we want to get to on the non-regulated side that can create either financial, economic, or other benefits for the city, for the community as we move forward, while also protecting and preserving the assets we own and also limiting the liabilities, right? So again, when we hear what happens in the private world, the business world, you incorporate with sometimes holding companies, because then again, protects, allows you to leverage assets while protecting the liability side. And this is really what we're generally talking about here. That's at a very high level. Obviously, there's nuts and bolts when we really get into it. There's some legislation we need to deal with. And that's where we need to understand, and where the questions for council is, what's the principal piece that we want to move forward with? And based on the conversation we've had thus far, that's in your recommendation. Is the objective we're recommending for council is the city wants to utilize the equity and expertise developed by the Festival Hydro group of companies to leverage further growth and opportunities to ensure continued sustainability and competitiveness within our regulated energy distribution company, and strategically expand our non-regulated business opportunities to reinvest into the Festival Hydro group of companies and generate increased revenue for the investment back into the community, while implementing a governance structure that reflects best practices and provides the city with appropriate oversight and accountability. If council generally agrees with that, or actually agrees with that objective and statement, that deals with number one of your resolution, and that allows myself and our legal counsel to work with the CEO of Festival Hydro and their legal counsel. We've got in the package today some of the draft shareholder declarations, some of the information. We can now work with that to ensure we're working with them to finalize and bring something back to council that meets that objective in general terms. Again, there's pieces to the resolution as well, but that's the main piece, is to focus on that number one piece, which allows us to continue to move this forward and bring. And again, we've stated that we'll bring back within 60 days the information that basically deals with item 2, 3, 4 in the initial resolution. With that, we do have Jeff Brand here, who again gets specific questions around the structure. He's the one that can likely answer them better than I. But certainly at a high level, that's kind of what we're talking about this evening.
Thank you, CAO. Questions from council at this time? I know we have an allegation set as well be entertained, but are there other questions at this time that can be answered?
Thank you, through the chair. I think the question that I saw circulating a lot was on the third point, that for CAO, the city solicitor, to finalize the appropriate documents. I think you mentioned it briefly, but just to restate, to clarify, that would finalize what it would look like, but it still comes back to council to then review and confirm restructuring.
Yeah, through the mayor. So there's lots of pieces to this puzzle as we move forward, and this allows us to at least put some of those pieces of the puzzle in place while continuing forward. And then again, final approvers on a lot of the details around the shareholder declaration, the makeup of certain boards, some provisions we would want from either the agreements, policies around what happens, especially on the regulated side. Again, those will come out of council. If this is the objective council provides us, then we can then generate that information, and that helps us with Festival Hydro. They've got what they think their objective is, now we've got what council's objective is, and we match those up and make sure that the legal documents within it match those up, and those will be forthcoming. So again, there's some council decisions that need to be made around again, coordinate certain policies again, which we've talked about in here. Who sits on those boards is a council decision by those statements. Councilor
Through the chair, yeah, listen, we're concerned about it being finalized, because when you say you finalize the agreement, that means you're done with it. So maybe if we could tweak that word somehow, and it just feels very fine. Perhaps it's semantics, but it's it just feels like that when I read that, I was confused about exactly the process as it was stated.
For the mayor, so we won't detain them, and we're detaining their. Councilor Bristol.
Would through the chair, would draft be appropriate?
I wonder if there's any comments that our CEO would like to make in any of that, the process in which we need to go through in regards to some of the leading next steps.
Or invite the CEO of a CEO for this event. Whenever you're ready, so the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jeff Brigham, CEO of Augusta Hydro Services Inc. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address this. Really what we are looking for is the authorization to work directly with the CAO and the city solicitor to finalize declaration sole shareholder for each of the organizations. So we can close the transaction. Those bylaws and the way those organizations are set up are always subject to shareholder scrutiny and revision. So the authorization to do this allows us to set the structure up, to set up the shareholder structure for each of those entities. But there's always, as the city of Stratford is the sole shareholder, you always have the ability to change it.
Any questions? Go ahead, Councilor McKay.
Yes, I think that that's probably where we're all probably get clarification at this point. In terms of what you provided for us, I certainly have questions regarding there's limited scope for the shareholder in relationship to the declaration at this point, which is basically winding up the company, selling the as far as the regulated entity, and then not very much direct oversight from the city. So that's the thing that concerns me, just in terms of risk and the fact that we're sitting here as representatives of the people who own this company collectively, the citizens of Stratford. So understanding how that's going to go and things that we might need to be comfortable with in terms of, debt and what can happen to using the regulated entity to possibly take on debt for the other companies and what that risk looks like for that asset for us. So that's just from my perspective, something to think through in relationship to it. I am in favor of the restructuring based on what I understand of the situation for LDCs in the province of Ontario right now. But I do think that I don't understand exactly where the city as the shareholder, what protections we're putting in place, whether it be business plans provided or whatever it is. That's sort of where I'm in a bit of confusion regarding what we're authorizing right now.
Or CEO. Okay.
So through the mayor, so again, that's kind of where that's why we're looking at process a little bit better than we do from all the pieces of the puzzle. So the challenge there is we've got to do certain items to create the company and create the structure, and then also that requires certain pieces. So, and ultimately, this is a council decision. And if it is, I guess in the end, if we finalize, then we can bring back the final documents. Here's where we are. And then we can change those documents based on the information we provide. Change those documents. The other option is if we change that wording to draft, then we kind of put a pause into the structure. We work together and we bring back something within the next 60 days, which then to start the process. That just extends the process at which everything is finalized and done. But if that gives council the comfort, then certainly again, this is your resolution. Anyway.
Anything to add?
May I add to that? Certainly, the mayor. The way that we're proposing the structure isn't very different than the way it's set up today. So we're actually providing some additional guardrails and oversight pieces within these new shareholder declarations. So today, under the way we operate and under the declarations as they are, you can stand up new corporations all day. So there are additional guardrails that we are putting in place with this constructor and additional oversight that will go to have over overall direction and strategy of the decision. It's not a significant change in terms of we operate how we do business or Rise on Networks or the local distribution companies that is today. It's really allowing us the opportunity to look at the enterprise organization, get for financing rates, etc., to be able to expand the business needs, fund those needs, and then with the ultimate goal of providing additional returns back to the insurer.
Yeah, Councilor.
Thank you, little chair. So I guess my question is, so we have a draft shareholder memorandum here. So how different is you're saying there are additional guardrails to that would be an additional we see in that document?
Yeah, those are laid out in the memorandum that was provided back in July 13th and the presentation.
So we do have the guardrails and that we updated documents. So are you thinking that these finalized or appropriate documents, policies would be similar to the information we've already been given?
Yeah, and those are the language or the wording negotiations, if there's anything additional that the CEO and the city solicitor see as beneficial from the comments that they would receive, so we'll be able to add it through that.
Councilor Dolphin.
Thanks so much, your friend. I think it was very good news. What's benefit for our committee? A little bit cheaper from the benefit.
Yeah, from the electricity distribution side, borrowing rates, etc., should give us better access to financing. You know, it's always one of our goals to provide affordable electricity, efficient electricity, and certainly reliable electricity. The biggest benefits I see of this, because the regulated entity is heavily regulated. The biggest benefit is what are the opportunities that we have access to under this structure, this altered structure, so we can leverage the access to financing from the enterprise organization to maybe start up new companies or to look at acquisitions into existing businesses and to continue to grow and provide bigger returns back to the current companies and ultimately the shareholders.
Just for all, that means we are insider, we have a right to control the business or the price or is that sort of just.
No, that's a fair question through the mayor. The electricity pricing, there's a very specific regulated process that happens under the Ontario Energy Board. We go to the Ontario Energy Board with an application for approved electricity rates. This can't change that process. That process remains the same for the regulated entity. The other telecommunication services that we provide under rental networks, etc. This provides that group of companies to be able to operate with better financing rates, etc. as well. And hopefully with some growth and increase in scale of those operations, we can bring those costs down. So that's a big benefit, certainly to the business community in Stratford.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions at this time? See none, thank you. I think at this time, we perhaps go to the agenda.
Through your worship, yes, turning to your addendum, there is a motion that Jane Marie Mitchell be heard and that correspondence from Mike Sullivan dated August 10th be received.
Mover for those two items, moved by Councilor Rodolfo, second by Councilor Percival. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed to any, that's unanimously carried. All of Ms. Mitchell. Whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councillors, staff, and members of the public. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. This plan for restructuring is not a wholesome plan at the present time and should give the residents and council much more information before voting to accept it. I did write this before you were talking before. It seems very rushed and very incomplete. And why would you pass any resolution where its details were not spelled out? Because we all know that the wording of details matters very much. This leaves me with so many more questions than answers, and we should all be aware of the answers first. The restructuring plan should be in plain language for citizens to understand, not just people in financial circles. The last sentence of this report says, and I quote, "In achieving the above, staff are working on collecting documents from other similar LDC structures to provide further comfort and risk mitigation to this project. It does not appear that all of the research work is finished yet, and we are promised to report, as the end of the resolution states, Festival Hydro Administration and City Administration provide a wholesome report within the next 60 days with all the details of restructuring." Shouldn't the wholesome report and all the details come before passing a resolution? This certainly makes sense to me, so we aren't putting the cart before the horse. We need full, wholesome disclosure and this report before agreeing to something. There are some considerations or questions I have. Before approving something at arm's length with council, like Invest Stratford or Destination Stratford, should there be more detail and information given to us as the taxpayers? What new type of business might this corporation take up in Old Calm? Does it meet our values? None of the financial pieces are really included in the information to understand what is really involved. Will there be electrical services as priorities granted? Will only the private investors decide on the projects and benefit? Will there be quarterly report updates? This seems to me to be the perfect time to introduce solar and wind power as alternatives for load growth for the grid for Festival Hydro as part of this restructuring for private investment. It would be a win-win situation. Our targets for lowering greenhouse gas emissions are 30% for 2030. And I wonder, has the climate change manager been included in these talks? And have solar, wind, and wind power and district energy been considered as alternatives for the grid through this unregulated company? This would be a great opportunity for the city to help decrease its emissions. If this is an independent company for private investment, then it seems to me that grid alternatives could be included as part of the corporate energy emissions plan. This would benefit the citizens and the corporation in a way forward with our targets. Is this something that could be included in this restructuring? Has the idea been researched and considered? I have a list of questions and I'm going to leave some behind. Would this whole company work independently from council? And does it see fit alone or with consultation with the public? Could this whole company approve more battery storage projects within Stratford's borders without consultation with the public? Could this whole company approve new data centers of any size within Stratford's borders without consultation with the public? I believe decisions like battery storage projects and new data centers should be in consultation with the public. Will there be an ability to act on city priorities like environmental actions, etc.? How would the board members be chosen? How much representation would the city have, the council? Would citizens have the ability to get answers about the whole company activities from a councillor on the board? Would this whole company now be the parent company of Festival Hydro? And who is the controlling entity? Should the cost of the city solicitor and the CAO time included as an impact for this year's budget? How does all this affect the taxes that citizens pay annually? What happens if there's a loss of funds? How would the board members be chosen? How much representation would we have? Would there be competing interests for councillors on the board, the city versus the whole company? Would this whole company have an impact on the city's borrowing capacity? There are so many unanswered questions for the public at this point. This report says this model is being recommended with the intent of creating positive financial impacts to the city budgets in future years. The exact impacts are not defined yet. Should this not be defined further before approval so we know more about the possible impacts? Are we actually ready for the part of the resolution that states the city council authorized the chief administrative officer and city solicitor to finalize the appropriate documents, policies, and agreements? Clearly, all of the work about this arrangement is not complete and it is not ready to be signed yet. Why rush through it? Do we need a public meeting or consultation included? This is the comment of a friend I'll finish with, whom I shared this resolution with, and I'd like to share it with you. The motion, as proposed, is a completely blind acceptance of an unseen and undetailed restructuring of Festival Hydro. There's no turning back after this vote. The CAO will have the authority to finalize whatever this is without first presenting it to council. It will be done. The wholesome report in 60 days will merely provide council with whatever was done. It'll be fine. Council, if it accepts the recommendation of the CAO on August the 10th, will have voted to accept whatever it is he does. It's hard to fathom restructuring something as important as our hydro provider blind. End of quote. If nothing else, could there be an amendment for a separate council vote to finalize this deal after the Holston report? Thank you for hearing my voice on behalf of the citizens, and I wonder if any of the questions can now be answered.
Questions for council at this time? From council? Council, we're going.
So Chair, thanks so much for your presentation. Could you explain us more detailed, I don't know more information. Can you explain to us?
More about what?
More information.
Well, that's the information I have. That's why I'm asking all these questions, because I want more information about the restructuring and what it means. And what can happen, what can't happen, that sort of thing.
Perhaps I'll let the CAO say.
Sure, through the mayor. A lot of the questions certainly are within the reports that were presented on July 13th and are included in the restructuring reports in this meeting agenda as well. Some of the questions certainly I don't have answers to, and may or may not be required at this point in time. Other questions like borrowing limits, etc. The answer is no, it's not impact our limits. I did write down all the questions that the delegate had as we did it ahead of time. As well as just to get it should be clear, when council makes policy decisions, that is staff's job to then implement, provide our professional opinion on those directions and policy decisions. That's our job, my job, CAO, to do and bring those items forward and do what council advises us from the policy direction to the implementation stage. So again, is again now as a council, the council, as we just discussed, wants to change the resolution and make decisions after we've seen draft proposals, draft shareholder agreements. Certainly have to do so, and that's not broad review. So, but those are
Any other questions or comments from Ms. Mitchell at this time?
Yeah, just to follow up, CEO, the councillor imagination. Thanks so much. You guys are doing a good job. That we don't want problem, right? We have to make sure everything's going well, everything's going to solve, right? And then we have to be variant with ourselves, we have to be work with CEO and your CEO by working together. This is a community business, right? The community is our asset. We have to make sure how we can work. The council, once you are part, how we are going to vote for you to support you, right? And then we have to make sure everything's followed. That's what I'm.
Okay, through the mayor, exactly that, and that's the direction that you provide us through council direction. And then we go back, do that work, create the information that's required. Council passes the bylaws, passes the resolution. We staff implement those, do the work, create the legal documents, agreements, etc. In some cases, those come back to council approval. In some cases, they don't. In this case, and again, I guess what I'll comment on as well as one of the questions was around we don't have the financial information crisis, and this is a strategic decision for the city to look at from a future perspective. We don't know what those future growth opportunities exactly look like. The idea is to set up a structure so that when those opportunities arise, those pieces of the puzzle can be put in place. There will be a mechanism in which to take advantage of those opportunities. And the idea behind that is the city from a long-term perspective will benefit by either maintaining the give or take $2 million a year we currently offset our property taxes by through the festival group of companies now, make sure to maintain that $2 million a year, or hopefully grow that $2 million a year and leverage the asset that we have. The details certainly will bring forward. There's a lot of detail that fairly straightforward in the report. The idea here is we would work, myself, et cetera. We would work with Festival Hydro, tweak those to make sure we meet the objective of council, protect the risk. And again, we did have the in-camera session around the legalities around this, to make sure that we understand what that looks like. That's the point. If council's not comfortable with that, that's totally fine. That's totally your objective. And I think changing that word to draft then achieves what I heard earlier as to council's concern. The point is, we then will come back to you and this process gets delayed, but we'll at least address the issues. If there's other issues the council would like us to address outside of what you've already given us direction on at the July 13th meeting, then I'll need that so that we can properly address those issues.
Councilor Bristol.
Thank you through the chair. I think the objective captures a lot of what our concerns were, that we wanted to be able to have a transparent conversation with a citizen should we be going into a certain industry or there's a loss or something like that. How do we say that we have oversight? And I think while also maintaining our city priorities, our plan of principles, and I think that is what the objective captures quite well. I think going to draft and in the language almost allows us to kind of walk and then run. Because my concern is if we go to finalize, like the list of things that are enumerated here, that where it says this can be achieved by, and then the structural documents of how representation would work, how reporting would work, business case approval would work. Those are all documents I'd like to see. And I think when we say finalize, it just limits then council the next time we see them to either say yes or no, versus having a draft that can be iterated on and then say yes rather than have to say no because they weren't exactly. They can go back to the drawing board almost. And I'm wondering, technically it slows down the process, which I think provides comfort here as well as to the public, but then almost expedites it in the long term because we're not always shooting it down versus reading on it. But it would speak to my colleagues, but I think that would make me feel most comfortable because the things that we've listed there in those structural documents are all questions we have and obviously have been considered and captured quite well, but also still need the answers to them before feeling.
Thank you. Good comments, Councilor McKay.
Through the chair, this is regarding, there was, as part of the addendum, there was a letter provided by Mike Sullivan, which called into question whether certain councillors should be able to should recuse themselves. I just wanted to make a statement in regard to my understanding of this, and also for the public to understand this. I want to address the suggestion in the correspondence that members of council who are appointed to Festival Hydro boards are automatically in conflict of interest and must withdraw from this matter. That is not my understanding of the law. The Municipal Conflict of Interest Act expressly provides an exception where an interest arises only because a councillor is a director of a corporation carrying on business for the municipality or is serving on a board as an appointee of council. 5 members of the council were appointed to these boards precisely to provide a connection between the city as shareholder and its municipally owned corporation. If that appointment automatically disqualified us whenever Festival Hydro came before council, your management contemplated by the legislation would not make little sense. It is true that when we sit as corporate directors, we must act in the best interest of the corporation and respect its confidential information, but responsibility does not automatically disqualify us from performing our duties as councillors. Nor does it mean that a corporate fiduciary duty simply overrides our responsibilities as council. The 2 roles have distinct duties, and the law specifically anticipates that council appointees may occupy both. A conflict could arise if an individual councillor has some separate personal financial interest, or if a particular transaction created a specific conflict between competing duties. No such personal interest has been identified, and the correspondence does not establish such a transaction-specific conflict. I think it's important to clarify this for members of the public because the idea of a conflict of interest is very much a specific personal conflict. It does not apply in this case, and I think it's important when statements are made like that it is made to be clarified, and that if there was something that the correspondent wanted to clarify, they could go to the integrity commissioner or corporate counsel to get that clarified.
Thank you, Councillor Katie. Other comments or questions, Councillor Hardy?
This restructuring is actually a fairly simple thing. It's just got complicated paperwork. What we want to do, Festival Hydro, we'd like to be able to invest. That could be invest in Rhizome. It could be buying another company. The goal is to strengthen the organization. And from the taxpayer perspective, the ultimate goal to me would be to increase the size of that dividend that we get from that organization. What that means is more ability to keep taxes lower, more ability to do the work we need to do on council. Like the 7.1 that we talked about tonight, the money for the police station, that's an expensive item. But these are the things we need to do as a city. Finding alternate sources of revenue, I think, are the way forward for our city. Our taxpayers, I think, are saddled pretty heavily, and I don't think there's much appetite for big increases. So something that's going to alleviate that seems a positive to me. The reason this restructuring needs to happen, one of the reasons, is that Festival Hydro, being a regulated entity, is exempt from income tax because it's providing a service to the community that owns it. If, for example, we were to buy the hydro distributing company of another municipality, now that's an investment. The money from that would not be tax exempt. And the risk is that our exemption for Festival Hydro would be lost because they're related companies or it's the same company. This allows us to create a separate entity which can own that asset. And that entity would pay its income tax, but it would protect the income tax on Festival Hydro. That's one of the main reasons. Another reason is that by putting that asset into a separate corporation, Festival Hydro, to a degree, is shielded if that company is sued, if that company goes bankrupt. It doesn't necessarily impact Festival Hydro. The only way it would impact Festival Hydro is if there was a loan guarantee for the other entity. This is some of the detail that we need to get worked out, and this is why I would like to see these agreements get approved by council. We can build safeguards in that protect us financially. Limiting borrowing to a ratio of the assets is one way. But really the restructuring itself is not really a complicated process. And there are a lot of hoops to jump through, and there's a lot of information which makes it seem far more complex than it really is. I support this move. I see it as a positive for our city. One of the other comments made by the delegate was speaking to private investment. There's no private investment. This would be all, the city is the sole shareholder, would remain the sole shareholder of the whole coast. So all of the entities would be effectively owned by the city of Stratford. And any substantial changes to any of those entities require shareholder approval. So it all has to be approved by council. I'm prepared to move that we proceed with this, and I would like to have review of the final documents before things are executed, but that would satisfy, I hope, everybody's concerns. And I think we should go ahead.
That a motion, Councilor?
I'll make the motion.
And with the adjustment of the word, finalize the draft.
Yeah, and maybe we can just add at the end after agreements subject to, or for council approval, or words to that effect.
Or an opportunity. Bristol.
Thank you, Teacher. I just wanted to echo.
I want to second that.
Oh, sorry.
Discussion.
Thank you, the chair. I just want to echo the comments as well, that speaking to the concept of restructuring, very much supportive that municipalities compared to upper levels of government actually have very few levers to pull for revenue generation. And this is a very innovative way that when we are seeing that increased downloading, that increased priorities, very expensive priorities that we all have now as municipalities, this is a very innovative and kind of frontier way for our city to generate revenue and to keep taxes stable, if not lower, given and Festival Hydro has proven themselves as we've already noted in our objective that we want to leverage their expertise and just to further leverage that for the benefit of our tax base. The upper levels of government can fully invest not only directly into kind of regulated companies, but they invest in others. I have a company that has provincial investment and they get equity in my company. We don't have those levers to invest in our community unless we have this restructure. And so I think not only does it provide that tax opportunity for us, but it also at a time when we're looking at being Canada strong and community first, this is also such an incredible opportunity to reinvest specifically in our community and then more rapidly meet the needs of our community as well, without having that constant need to go to upper levels of government as well, so that we can kind of control both our revenues as well as our priorities.
Councilor Rebecca.
Thank you through the chair. As we go through and think about the objectives that we have, and we talked about this, I think, at the last meeting, where we could have council sort of have general goals and outcomes. For instance, environmentally sustainable ways to produce electricity or other projects that, not saying that we would restrict, you can only purchase this type of company or make this type of investment, but having a priority there where we prioritize investments that would be sustainable on not only an economic level, but also for the planet. So perhaps that is prioritize certain type of investment while deprioritizing other types that would be more harmful for the environment. So I would like to see some of the priorities. Basically, we can look at our priorities that the city of Stratford set, our strategic objectives, and make sure that whichever direction that these investments go, they fit into our values as we've defined them as council.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Seth.
In fact, I had a question and I comment. With the second is there authorize the proposed reorganization principle and then changing the word finalized to draft. Does that mean if this is approved, there won't be any actual changes made until this comes back to council for authorization? Or again, there's a lot of pieces there, I just want to make sure.
Through the mayor, my interpretation, if we make the changes as being proposed by the resolution floor, there would be no formal action taken to make the restructuring until it came back into agreement.
Thank you, and then just the comment, so I'm happy to see that there will be opportunity to sort of work out the details and put in guardrails and align with council and the city's priorities. However, I think I've sort of, I don't know, changed my thinking on this since reading the objective being put forward. So when I read that, it says the city wants to utilize the equity and expertise to leverage further growth opportunities. And I read that and you could change the word the city wants to risk the equity in my mind. And because we're going to be taking money in the area and using it to make investments that will hopefully work out, but may not always. And if you were to ask me, would I like to use the equity of the city or an asset to try to leverage further growth? I wouldn't. And I guess this is the same thing for me. It's a very complicated thing that we're dealing with. But for me, if I simplify it and ask myself, do I want to use the equity that the city has in assets to leverage it for further growth potentially or not? I don't really, and if I did, I would prefer that council be that board directly and completely, rather than sort of an arm's length focus on it. So I'm happy that we will be able to put in further guardrails, but to me, those guardrails and everything are going to be so in the weeds and complex and general in some cases that it's going to be very difficult if something happens that we don't or future council or doesn't align. It's going to be a lot more challenging to reel that in the future. So
thank you, Jules, for studying. Other comments at this time? Councilor McCabe.
Through the mayor, you know, the proposal was brought forward by Festival Hydro and its boards. And we do have the responsibility to represent the shareholders in that. And I think that we are doing that in this. It's a complicated thing. It isn't a completely private entity, so it can't be use the exact structure of a private entity to function, because there is an oversight responsibility that we have as shareholders, I think, and hopefully we can get that clarified to where we feel that we are comfortable with what is happening. The energy transition is happening. The electricity market is changing. The structure and distribution of electricity in Ontario is changing. So it is important that we restructure at this particular moment. And if we can take opportunities and for growth, that would be great. But we do have to balance that with the public good in relationship to the direction that we get. And I think that this, what we're proposing here, balances that at this point.
In terms of comments. Councilor Sapp.
This one asks for
Just thank you to the chair. Just to clarify kind of the utilize versus risk piece. I think when we say risk, it kind of connotes investment in like outside opportunities or private companies or things like that. And just for clarity purposes, when we say kind of invest, it's reinvesting in the entities that we would establish under the holding code to get them as non-regulated businesses or potentially additional regulated businesses in the future, whatever those businesses may be, to a surplus like the Festival Hydro, so that we would have greater revenues as a city. Is that correct? That we're investing in our entities.
Yeah. For the mayor, if I have the answer right, and then so if but the idea of invest is not not the traditional sense of investing in cash. The idea of investors use the equity that has been gained by that asset to leverage debt financing, equity financing, some other way to finance a new or improved or expansion of the current business model that you have. So there's some models out there that had suggested that the dividend goes up to the whole code, the dividend then goes back into, that would be invested in cash, which then doesn't happen the levy, the tax levy, because then you don't have that money to offset property taxes. That's not at all what's being proposed here today. If the shareholder declarations are exactly the same as they are for the dividend and interest policy that we have today, the idea is to leverage again that equity that's built in that asset, and in essence, to borrow against that. And again, you want to create that strategic way to number one, be able to borrow against that equity, so with limiting that risk. And then number two, take advantage, as was mentioned, some tax policies, et cetera, as been before. So probably that's the answer.
Let's move back.
Chair, just for clarity then, so there are caps, if like there's a debt ceiling. So that we could only borrow, so that this one, we could only borrow so much against the assets, like there's always going to be a balance of those two, or a ceiling or limit to how much that could be incurred.
Through the mayor, so yeah, so in two ways. Number one, the bank arrangements that Festival Hydro and its companies already have debt covenants, have certain ratios that have to be met, et cetera, and those would be in essence, use those debt covenants. What we would put is use that to have, as Councilor Hunter said, you can set those goalposts, and in essence, what makes sense is to use the current bank debt covenants to put together those ratios that we would have in our agreements, in order to limit that you can't leverage 100% of the equity of this asset, right? So again, try to put those those goalposts in place so that we limit any risks from that perspective.
Councilor Hannahs.
You the mayor, so I just want to be sure I got this clear then. So have we has Festival Hydro Services or Festival Hydro Services had to use that ratio from the bank? Like I'm just worried that the new company say they were had to use it in the past, and they need to use it, like who's going to get the preference to be able to use it?
So through the mayor, I can't answer the specifics of your question. But when I say the banks have debt covenants and debt ratios, our bank has the same thing for municipality. Once you hit thresholds, whether it's your sorry, I'm gonna use financial terms, but your debt to equity ratio or your current assets to liability ratio, they have ratios built in, and this becomes mechanisms in which once you don't meet those thresholds, now you're in the midst of the bank not lending you any more money or calling the debt that they have already into. So Festival Hydro has debt, they incur debt to do the work that they do. Have they ever exceeded those bank debt ratios? I can't answer that. The guess would be likely not. And this is a mechanism to make sure that they don't exceed those very similar ratios that the bank would have in de-risking their lending, in this case, Festival Hydro, or the holdco, in this case, the holdco funds in order to reinvest into other entities.
I guess that's what I'm worried about, like if the new company needs more money and there's not much left there, then how are they going to invest?
So let me put this another way. Let's say your asset is worth $100 million.
Okay.
The bank will have a covenant that says it can exceed a certain ratio, which let's say that number ends up being $50 million. If the regulated business Festival Hydro already has borrowed $40 million to rebuild its transmission lines, etc., then there's only $10 million left there in the idea of the bank versus your agreements, your processes will not allow reinvestment into new code any more than what that covenant says it will. So if, and that will evolve and change as we go on, and that's a very simplified version. But the point is, that's the point, is to set those rules. And again, the idea is just based on the information you gave us, based on what's been proposed, it's not proposed to utilize anywhere near the full equity you have in that festival hydro entity. It's meant to leverage the interest rate, a little bit of leverage. We're probably talking investments like $1 million, not tens of millions of dollars.
I just wanted to make sure that Rise Home and Festival Hydro wouldn't be affected. Like, the shareholders at the top can still have input into that, right?
Through the mayor, so, and again, this is kind of where you are the chair, council will be the sole shareholder. You will be the sole shareholder of the Holdco. Holdco will have representatives from this council or the future council. There, along with other individuals, as we set those guidelines. The then companies underneath will have a board of basically an expert board that then knows how to run a electricity company, knows how to run a telecom company, and has all those parameters in there. And again, what you'll do, what we'll want to do is make sure what we're doing is investing in what board members, their duties are, their representation, because again, they'll have fiduciary to those boards, but then they all go up to the Holdco, which then in essence is owned by 100% by the city. Then you set all those policies or change those policies in shareholders as you see. So it adds a layer for sure. But I think it's important for council and the public to know that it's not about control, it's about oversight. Because if you're going to control 100%, then you don't go ahead with the structure. Everything goes through this council 100%, you have full control. But that does not allow you to run a telecom company. This flat doesn't allow you to do that. You're only allowed to do that under this type of structure. And this flat also doesn't allow council to make money on any of its business lines. This structure allows you to do that and then inherently bring in a dividend or interest and revenue, which then lets you offset operating costs.
Other comments before I ask clerk to read back the motion on maybe on the floor or any other. I'll make a note that certainly Council on a Day years ago made a decision to stand up Festival 8. And to that end, we are the recipient, the ratepayer, the city of a dividend that's a lot in our community. I will also state that I am privileged to sit on the board with so many subject experts that have proven time and time again that they are the experts and they make great decisions or bring forward great ideas that allows Festival Hydro and Rhizo to be a great provider of dividends to the city. So if I could, Madam Clerk, can you read back what you have at this point?
So through we're good. The motion on the floor, moved by Councillor Hunter and seconded by Councillor Bristow, is that City Council approve the following objective. The city wants to utilize the equity and expertise developed by the Festival Hydro group of companies to leverage further growth and opportunities to ensure continued sustainability and competitiveness within our regulated energy distribution company. And strategically expand our non-regulated business opportunities to reinvest into the Festival Hydro group of companies and generate increased revenue for investment back into the community, while implementing a governance structure that reflects best practices and provides the city with appropriate oversight and accountability. The city council authorized the proposed reorganization of the Festival Hydro group of companies in principle. That city council authorized the chief administrative officer and city solicitor to draft the appropriate documents, policies, and agreements for approval by council. And that Festival Hydro administration and city administration provide a wholesome report within the next 60 days with all the details of the restructuring.
Thank you. Any questions on that motion? Councilor McKay.
Through the mayor, I don't believe it's Rob. Mentioned the draft. Was that needed?
The draft is there.
City Council authorizes the Chief Administrative Officer and City Solicitor to draft the appropriate documents, policies, and agreements for approval by council.
Thank you. There's nothing further. I believe we have a recorded vote requested. We'll let you proceed with that. Thank you.
Through your worship, that's correct. Beginning with Councilor Seven, please state whether you are in support or opposed to the motion on the floor. Councilor Seven. Opposed. Councilor McKay.
Support.
Councilor Briscoe. Support. Councilor Wardle.
Support.
Mayor Ritzman.
Support.
Councilor Henderson. Support. Councilor Hunter.
Support.
Councilor Niger.
Support.
Councilor Burbank.
Support.
So through your worship, there are 8 members in support, 1 member opposed, and 2 members absent. Thank you.
That motion is carried.
Your worship, item 7.3 is the future service delivery of wastewater treatment services, and the Director of Infrastructure Services will present.
Thank you. In a moment here to support. Some people are acting, and we'll turn it over to the Director for his presentation. Director, whenever you're ready.
Thank you for your worship. This past winter, staff engaged a consultant, Municipal View, to conduct a service review of our wastewater pollution control plan. This service was provided. The intent of the service builder review was to optimally position the city in its upcoming contract renewal at the end of December 2027. Current contract is a bit outdated, needs a modernization. So we're going to kind of go through the procedure. The service builder review is based on publicly available information and data, as well as discussions with staff. The most significant outcome from this review, staff perspective, showed that there was merit to consider bringing these services in-house. At the June 2022 council meeting, council support pursuing the idea further, taking the next steps and seeking a formal proposal from our current operating authority, Ontario Clean Water Agency, Aqua. Since that meeting, staff have met with staff twice. The first meeting was facilitated by Aqua, and it was to solicit direct feedback from staff on their concerns and issues with the current contract. Aqua took this back and we arranged for the second meeting where they provided a draft proposal for discussion, where we could further refine main components of the just briefly looking into the contract itself. A quick note of appreciation to Aqua for the quick turnaround on the proposal. What they submitted was a strong, comprehensive proposal and competitive. I should note that the proposal is not legally binding by any means, but rather a framework of informal terms that will be considered upon contracts. At a high level, some of the key components of Aqua's proposal includes the removal of additional fees. Aqua's revised proposal improves cost certainty by incorporating many previously separate charges into the actual fixed annual OM or operations and maintenance fee. There is increased transparency and accountability. The proposal includes stronger governance, performance reporting, and cost documentation to improve oversight for city staff and council. As well as there are changes to the language for competition and transition. As well. When looking at the costing, there are 2 general models that are focused on for the review. There is the in-house model where there's 7 full-time equivalent staff assigned to taking over the service, that's the desired. And then what we're referring to is the status quo plus model,
effectively recognizing there are some changes needed to the contract, what that cost would be to provide those services. So in summary, essentially, the cost of bringing services in-house over a 10-year period is estimated to be $24.8 million. The revised estimated cost from Aqua for the stats plus model is $23.2 million, which is $1.6 million less than the anticipated cost of bringing services in-house, which equates to about $160,000 annually. When looking at the qualitative service delivery, review of benefits and limitations, Aqua's revised proposal addresses many of the key concerns identified in the previous contract. At a high level, Aqua provides strong business continuity through established operating models, supports safe plant operations and regulatory compliance. So other key points to bring forward is the proposal is a fixed fee proposal for the most part, which essentially bears all or most of the risk to Aqua in terms of potential changes in prices of materials and services for all things. So essentially, the proposal they provide here is a guaranteed, a closely guaranteed fixed price for the next 5 years, and that's the materials selected. The new language also provides enhanced flexibility with operating and maintaining service in the future. The proposal also addresses most of the concerns that were brought forward during discussions in the last couple of meetings. When looking at limitations of the Aqua proposal, Aqua is an external agency, and as such, the city has less direct control and visibility over day-to-day staffing and operational decisions. The main benefit for bringing services in-house as the efficiencies and opportunities that can be realized, particularly as it relates to staff capacity. The main limitations of bringing services in-house is the limited depth the city has. We're not as big and robust in staffing as Aqua, agency. This will become more evident in any kind of transition periods. The city assumes direct responsibility for operating over the long term in a safe and effective operation of the plant. And this would be highlighted during transitions and things like transitioning staff and our ability to recruit and retain highly qualified staff and we can kind of take a part in. So that's a quick run through of the updated report related to the potential future service delivery of the wastewater treatment plant. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments at this time by council? Councilor Anderson.
I don't have a question, I just wanna thank you for all your work on this and thank Aqua for hearing our concerns and can I move something to that?
You certainly can.
I'd like to move option 1, the council received a report trying to service delivery of wastewater treatment services for information. And that council directs staff to continue contracting and discussion with the clean water agency and to return to council with the recommended contract.
Thank you. A seconder for that. Councilor Nigel will second the discussion. See, I'll call the question all in favor. Opposed to any? That's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you.
For your worship, item 7.4 is the recommendation report for the land is known as 315 and 317 Huron Street, as noted on the agenda. The intermediate planners here to present the report.
Mr. Burnett. Sorry. I will give Aqua a chance to be part unless they want to stay for the meeting. Thank you for your presence this evening.
I already introduced myself. Good evening, council staff, members of the public. Tonight I'll be representing the planning division for official plan amendment application, OBA 125 and zoning bylaw amendment application Z0924 for the lands municipally known as 315 and 317 Huron Street. These applications were first presented to City Council at a public meeting last year in April. And earlier this year, a recommendation for approval of the applications was presented to the council, to which the applications were ultimately deferred. The purpose of the application is to facilitate the development of two 6-unit apartment buildings on the subject properties. The official plan amendment application is to add a site-specific policy to permit an increased density on the site. And the zoning bylaw amendment application proposes to change the zoning of the subject lands from the residential section density R21 zones to a site-specific residential 5th density R5 and 1 zone. This change aims to permit the use of apartment buildings as stated and request site-specific provisions for reduced lot area, building setbacks, landscape, open space, and visitor parking space requirements. Following deferral of the applications in February, several revisions were made to the application. The requested landscape open space was increased to 16%, where the application originally requested 14%. And two new site-specific zoning provisions were identified and requested to facilitate the proposal as well. And these include the application requests to permit balconies to be located 0.7 meters from the front lot line compared to the required 3 meters, and to permit the proposed buildings to be located into the required driveway visibility triangle. Whereas no buildings or structures are currently permitted. Currently, the zoning bylaw requires that a driveway visibility triangle be provided that's 3 meters by 3 meters. As part of the application process, the applications were circulated to all required agencies under the Planning Act, and comments were received by the noted agencies. And concerns with the applications have been raised by members of the public as part of the application process. These have been identified and addressed in Planning's recommendation report. Following the deferral of the applications, notable revisions have been made to the application, and these include the revised servicing/rating plans, which include underground stormwater storage and retaining walls to address flooding and on-site bonding concerns, which have satisfied the city's engineering division. Revisions were made to the front facade to include a ground floor entrance to the front-facing units on Huron Street, addressing planning staff's urban design concerns. An updated planning justification report was submitted, which addressed applicable heritage infill policies, and as part of consent applications to establish access and servicing easements on the subject properties, a condition of approval was included for a development agreement between the property owner and the city. This development agreement will be registered on title and will include approved plans to ensure that concerns such as landscaping, snow maintenance, drainage, stormwater management, urban design, and heritage characteristics are addressed. The subject proposal is consistent with the provincial planning statement and diversifies housing options within the city, contributing to a complete community and efficiently using land resources, infrastructure, and public service facilities. The subject proposal maintains essential neighborhood qualities through appropriate setbacks, building height, and site design that will limit negative impacts on neighboring properties. The scale of the proposed development is compatible with neighboring properties, and though a significant increase in density is requested, it is considered appropriate as all aspects of a well-functioning site can be provided. Concerns regarding stormwater management and urban design, heritage characteristics have been addressed through revisions made to the proposal, including the addition of underground stormwater storage and a front-facing entrance from Huron Street. As part of the requirements of the development agreement, as mentioned previously, landscaping, snow maintenance, drainage, stormwater management, urban design, and heritage characteristics will all be included to ensure in the required development agreement that there are no negative impacts on the abutting properties. Therefore, the application is considered to form the City of Stratford's official plan. The following site-specific provisions are recommended as part of the application. They are a minimum lot area for apartment dwellings of 565 square meters, a minimum front yard depth of 2.5 meters, a minimum interior side yard width of 2.2 meters, a minimum landscape open space of 16%, a maximum height of 10 meters, a maximum density of 106 units per net hectare, a minimum of 1 visitor parking space for each building, a minimum setback for balconies of 0.7 meters from the front lot line, a maximum encroachment of 1.83 meters for balconies into a required front yard, and a maximum encroachment of 0.45 meters into a driveway visibility triangle. An analysis of each of these requested provisions is included in Planning's report. And as such, planning staff are recommending that the application for official plan amendment OPA 125 and application for zoning bylaw amendment application Z0924 be approved for the following reasons. And these are the request is consistent with the provincial planning statement and conforms with the city of Stratford's official plan. That the request constitutes sound land use planning and is appropriate for the development of the lands. And that public comment has been received, reviewed comprehensively and appropriately addressed. And lastly, also that pursuant to section 3417 of the Planning Act, that no further notice be required. With that, thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Questions from council this time? Council Burbank.
Through the chair, like just the general, sort of outline of that front yard setback. Because it is quite a bit smaller than what's required, but I do see that there's a road allowance that also takes precedence over. So how far would the front of that building be from the road, and what is it like compared to the neighboring buildings?
Through the mayor, thank you for the question, Councilor Burbank. Like I mentioned that, so yeah, it's part of planning's report, but essentially through that previous consent application that was approved in 2023, City of Stratford took a 5-meter road widening along Huron Street. So where the proposed buildings are located, they're proposed to be located 2.5 meters from the front lot line. If we had not taken that road widening, that would be located 7.5 meters from the front lot line, which actually meets the requirements for apartment. So that's part of the justification that planning used. In support of that requested reduced front yard. And not only that fact that road widening is partially why the building is located closer to the front lot line, but also that where it's currently proposed, it still remains in line with the existing buildings along the street. So that was part of the justification we used, and it's part of our recommendation.
Any other questions, Councilor David?
There, just from a practical standpoint, having the development agreement on title. What does that mean in terms of protections for the neighborhood?
Yeah, through the chair, thank you for through the mayor, thank you for the question, Councilor McCabe. It's addressing the staff's report that typically with the development of the site, when we're dealing with apartment buildings over 10 units, we would have the ability to enact site plan control, which is an agreement between the city and the property owner that we've registered on title, and it's very specific as far as the term. So there's a site plan, grading plan, servicing plan, you might have your landscape plan. It's essentially a large contract between the property owner and the city to say this is what's to be built. This is an opportunity for the city to take securities to ensure that that's built, to kind of ensure that the city has an ability to enforce and ensure that a specific design is followed through, that meets the number of city criteria. So because we were unable to enforce site plan control in this case, this application, we through the consent process to establish those requested easements, we've added it was an approved condition as part of that process that a development agreement be registered on title, which essentially we're using in replacement of the site plan agreement that we don't have the ability to. So as far as an opportunity to ensure certain aspects of city requirements are met, that'll be that certain landscape features are met. So we'll make sure that whether a fence is shown on that landscape plan that has a certain height. Without said development agreement, we may not have been in a position to require that. That will then be on title to say, no, the developer has agreed with a certain requirement, thus it has to be maintained and it will be the responsibility of the owner. So that's just one example, but it refers to stormwater management. The city's engineering division has approved grading and servicing plans that have been provided by the applicant. Without said development agreement, we would kind of be in a position where, well, they've said they were going to do that, but how do we have the ability to enforce that? The development agreement is that opportunity to say, well, it's registered on title, you've agreed to that, this binding contract, and thus you will have to follow that requirement in alignment with the city's engineering policies. So if there's specific characteristic or part of the development, if you have a question on, like, yeah, generally it's just an opportunity for us to enforce aspects of site design that we otherwise wouldn't be able to be sure we don't have access to the same thing. Sure.
As well, just because I think earlier in the process, there was concerns about drainage and various other things. To know that there is some sort of teeth to what is happening, I think is important. It was something I was certainly looking for, particularly worrying about drainage on that property in relationship to adjacent property. But those seem to be protected.
Yeah, through the mayor, yeah. So that was something that's Since the last time this application was at council, the applicant have provided new servicing and grading plans, which went through a process to be reviewed by the city's engineering division, and thus have now been approved. So we'll have those registered on title as a way to ensure that those design metrics are sort of followed, meeting the city's requirements to the city's engineering division satisfaction.
Thank you. Anything further? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation. We have, I believe you have some delegations here to address at this time.
Yes, that's correct. So we're looking for a motion here, Aaliyah Richards, Amy Broadhagen, and Rick Broad.
Moved by Council Burback, seconded by Council Estel. All in favor? Motion carried. That's unanimous.
Good evening, Mayor Ritzma, council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Aaliyah Richards. I'm the planner for the Silicon Green Limited. I'm pleased to be here this evening representing the applicant and property owner, Foley Developments, for this special plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application. Before I begin, I'd like to thank Mr. Brett and city staff for their time, professionalism, and collaboration for a review of this application over the past several months. We have reviewed the staff report and agree with its conclusions and recommendations, and respectfully request council's support for the approval of the applications for this evening. Since this matter was last before council in February, our team has worked extremely hard with staff to address all outstanding planning and technical matters associated with this application. As a result, several important revisions have been made to the conceptual plan, the servicing design, and servicing strategy. With respect to the stormwater management design, significant updates including grading adjustments along the rear property line have been added. A continuous property line swale has also been added to the site plan as well to ensure that stormwater flows in a positive direction towards Huron Street, as well as expanded underground storage for the stormwater system, and then extended retaining wall around the surface parking area. Importantly, and as mentioned by Mr. Burnett, the city's engineering team has reviewed the revised plans and confirmed that the design satisfies all engineering requirements, complies with city standards, and adequately demonstrates on-site stormwater containment, and that there are no further revisions required. The revised stormwater design has also resulted in improvements to the landscape open space. The addition of the property line swale has increased landscape open space from approximately 14% to 16%. In addition, adjustments to the front yard balcony and patio layouts have reduced the amount of hard surface walkway that was required to access that lower level unit in the front of the building. So additional permeable landscape area is now in front of the building. It is also important to recognize that these calculations do not reflect that substantial road widening area in front of the building. So that 5 meter wide strip of land is not anticipated to be utilized as a part of the Huron Street construction and will remain as grass permeable surface for the foreseeable future. With respect to garbage and recycling storage, those areas have been identified on the site plan. And in terms of snow management, the developer confirms the snow will be removed from the property by a third-party contractor. This position has been maintained as due to the need for parking availability on the site. And for residents, proactive snow removal is not optional, but rather an operational necessity of the site. And council should also note that the related consent application to establish access and servicing easements received conditional approval from the community adjustment, and snow management is one of the many items that will need to be addressed as part of that development. Given the staff have confirmed that there are no outstanding concerns with the revised plans before you tonight, those plans will ultimately become legally binding for the development agreement, which we are more than open to have. We're happy to have as part of this application. From a planning perspective, the development maintains important characteristics through appropriate setbacks, building height, landscaping, site design, parking supply, and overall scale. Most importantly, the professional planning staff have concluded that this proposal is consistent with the provincial policy direction and conforms to the city's planning framework, which encourages residential intensification, greater diversity of housing options, efficient use of existing infrastructure, and compact sustainable urban development. This application directly supports the city's and province's shared objective of creating additional housing opportunities in appropriate locations, particularly along higher order streets and established urban corridors such as Huron Street. In closing, the professional planning consensus said the application before you is technically sound, supported by current planning policy, and responsive to the comments and concerns raised during the process. We appreciate the time and consideration the council has given to this proposal, and we respectfully request your support and for the staff recommendation. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson, go ahead.
Please see the mayor. Is there a sidewalk from the sidewalk to the building?
Yeah, there is.
Okay, yeah.
Other questions, Councillor Burbank?
Just a comment, just appreciate the fact that you make these revisions, but that's really what we were looking for at the last meeting is. There was discussion that these things were gonna happen, but we kind of want to see them. I agree with Councillor McCabe, drainage for me is an issue.
Absolutely.
So it really feels like you addressed that and I'm more confident in the English.
Thank you, Councillor Burbank, Councillor Bordeaux, and then Mr. Briscoe, please.
Could you show us the picture, please?
I don't have, yeah. That's not presentations.
The light here.
The presentation last time you showed us, right?
Just 1 moment.
Yeah.
Please.
You don't have that.
You mean the picture in our report?
Must be.
I think,
No, presentation. We're referring to.
Yes.
I don't have visual aids with me, but Alex had the site plan on it, but that's what.
Yeah, but given the last time I argued with you with the neighbors, did you talk with the neighbors? Did you find a solution or no?
So neighbors expressed their concerns at the last meeting and we feel that and planning staff, the city feel that all of those have been addressed.
Yes, when you got the picture, please, please.
Director Beveridge.
Thank you through your worship. The presenter does not have the picture available in their.
So chair. I'm gonna talk to her. Drawing last time shows it, the house.
Yeah.
That is the shows.
Due to some adjustments to the site plan itself, those weren't fully representative of what is being proposed now, so I wouldn't want to show those because certain things are different, like the location of the elements. I don't have visual aid with the
So chair, we need that to see, please.
So if they don't have, and we're looking, and as we entertain other questions, we'll continue to look, but the presenter has stated she does not have it, so.
So chair, I've tried to ask, so
You can ask.
when she have to provide that information for us. Please.
Did you see the one on page 313, Gisa?
Yes.
Page 313 on our report, you mean that picture?
I don't know, but last time she showed us the White House, small house, the G program, that was.
Oh, they don't have that presentation.
Once again, we will search to see if we can find it while we're searching. I will go to council.
That picture building exists. The one previously provided is outdated now. An updated drawing is presently not available and will not be available tonight. It may be able to be provided at a later date, subject to it being finalized by the applicant and their agent.
Thank you. Councillor Briscoe. Let's first.
Thank you. You want me to finish that thought?
No, that's okay.
I was just because I know that it mentioned that her new heritage consideration place obviously. Could you perhaps just share some of those details of what those features may be?
Yeah, absolutely. So there is a few policies in the official plan for the city of Stratford that speak to enhancing and maintaining the heritage characteristics of heritage corridors, which Huron Street is. And we reviewed the characteristics of the surrounding area and the attributes of the houses that were nearby. And we found that there was very eclectic mix of architectural styles that were nearby. There was a mix of buildings with balconies and front porches. There was a lot of brick used in the area. Some entrances to the building facing the street and others from the side of the buildings. And in our review of that, and through the addition of that lower level entrance to at the front of the building for that individual unit, we feel that we've addressed those heritage characteristics of the Yonge Street corridor. And importantly, I'd also like to note that there isn't any registered heritage properties near this site. We did not find anything that was listed or registered, so there weren't any further heritage policies to address from a prudential perspective on that matter. So staff have concluded that we've addressed those policies.
Other comments? Not sure about
Yeah, just was study combination. I need that more information. Second, we need confirmation from the neighborhood. How
Sure, we have a couple of delegations moving forward in a few moments.
Okay, okay.
We're doing the 2 delegations. Any other questions from Ms. Richards at this time? Being none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And then moving on to the agenda, the call for the Friday. Presentation. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Ritzma, members of City Council, for the opportunity to speak again tonight. This application is about more than what can technically be built in 2 lots. It is about what kind of development is appropriate for an established neighborhood, what we are permanently losing, and whether this proposal represents responsible development for Stratford. So my slide here, what exists today? This is a current photo, shows 315, 317 Huron Street, sit within a residential neighborhood with existing homes, schools, pedestrian routes, mature vegetation, and community infrastructure. An established community, not an isolated development site. This is predominantly a low-rise residential area within Stratford's heritage corridor. The surrounding neighborhood includes young couples, retirees, multi-generational families, single-family homes, duplexes, triplexes, and older homes that have thoughtfully converted into multi-dwelling units. There are approximately 10 schools within less than 2 kilometers of this area. That matters because the housing we need should not simply be about adding units. It should be about creating appropriate, dignified housing that fit into the communities where people already live, work, and go to school. I think this is the picture you were talking about. So this is the previous rendering photo that was provided when I made our presentation. So what you see here is 2 to 3-story buildings containing 6 units each, 12 units total. To accommodate this proposal, both existing R2 zone lot will need to be changed to R5, along with multiple exceptions to that requested zoning. The issue is not whether Stratford needs housing. We need housing, but we also need to ask, what kind of housing are we creating? Efficient housing doesn't mean maximizing the number of units that physically fit into a property. Again, you need affordable, dignified housing options. Housing where people have adequate space, natural light, privacy, access to green space, and a healthy living environment. Can we create housing here that people can live comfortably and safely while still respecting the neighborhood around it? There are ways to increase housing without requiring multiple exceptions to bylaws and building regulations. If it cannot fit Should not simply change the rules to make it fit. We should look at a development that works with the site, not one that pushes it beyond its limits. There are examples nearby that demonstrate the additional housing can be created without overwhelming the neighborhood. For example, 312 Huron Street was developed from a single dwelling home into a triplex, providing additional housing while maintaining the character and surrounding area and maintaining mature trees, green space. Snow removal is not an issue. That is the type of development we should be encouraging. So scale of zoning, the satellite image shows the established green character of this block. Beside it, the zoning map demonstrates how significant the requested change would be. The proposed R5 should be the deep orange red. Density is requesting 106 units per hectare compared to the stated requirement of 55 units per hectare. It also requires significant exceptions to the requested zone. A front yard setback of 2.5 meters proposed to the 7.5 meters required. A side yard setback of 2.2 meters proposed to the 3 meters required. Landscape open space, it has increased to approximately 16% versus 30% required. And now with the balconies, a 0.7 meter proposed versus a 3 meter. These numbers tell us something very important. This isn't simply a matter of fitting a reasonable development into these lots. The proposal is asking for substantial changes to planning framework to accommodate intensity changes. Is this the right development for this location? What are we losing? This is my biggest concern, what keeps bringing me up here. We are potentially losing approximately 12 mature trees, including a handful that range from 30 to 50 feet in height. Some of these trees are well over 100 years old. These are not landscaping features that can simply be replaced once the construction is complete. They provide a mature canopy, habitat, thousands, shade, biodiversity, and stormwater benefits. They are part of the existing character of this neighborhood. Many of us moved here for this. They support wildlife, including native Cooper hawks that have been observed in these trees. Newly decorative grass and shrubs cannot replace the environmental and community value of a mature tree that's been growing for decades. Once these trees are gone, they're gone forever, for future generations. That loss needs to be given significant weight on council's decision tonight. This is the landscaping, revised landscaping that was provided. The red circles at the top identify the large mature trees at the front of the property that are approximately 40 feet tall to be removed. Yellow circles identify additional trees on or immediately adjacent to the development area that do not appear to be fully addressed in the revised landscaping plan. The one at the top right circle there is one of the largest trees at approximately 60 feet tall and more than 3 feet across on the neighboring property. I believe there's 3 important questions that still need clear answers. Are these trees intended to be retained? If they are retained, how will they be protected throughout construction? And if they are not being retained, where has their removal been identified and assessed? Tree protection is more than protecting the trunk. Excavation, grading, soil compaction, changes to drainage, and damage to root systems can affect trees even if they're technically marked as retained. The mature tree canopies and drip lines extend significantly into the areas proposed for parking and construction. So we need a full understanding of the full impact, not simply which trunks are being removed. The comparison on this slide is important. A mature tree represents decades of growth and environmental benefit. New landscaping, mini shrubs or potted plants cannot immediately replace that forever. So this is at least the third time this proposal has come before council. Despite many multiple appearances, many fundamental concerns remain. The most significant revision appears to be the stormwater system, which is great. But there are still questions surrounding accessibility, garbage removal, safety, tree protection, the overall impact on neighboring properties, and snow removal. The snow removal, the current information appears to rely on third-party service, but there is still a question of how snow will actually be managed and where it will daily or on significant snowfall. These details matter when we're talking about a development that of this intensity on a constrained site. I believe council should have clear answers on these questions before approving significant zoning change with multiple exceptions. Tonight, I'm asking you to consider what will be permanently lost, church trees, irreplaceable biodiversity. Is the scale appropriate? Does the density and building form fit this established neighborhood? And how many exceptions should be required before we acknowledge that it doesn't? Can the neighborhood and infrastructure safely accommodate the additional density? Traffic, pedestrian movement, parking, stormwater, municipality services? And can the neighboring properties be respected? Their privacy, light, views, noise, and overall enjoyment of their homes. We are not asking council to stop development here. We are asking for responsible development. We need housing, but we also need housing that fits the community, respects the environment, and works within the realities of the site. Development should complement the neighborhood, not overwhelm it. There are other opportunities across Stratford, we even heard them tonight, where higher density housing can be accommodated without requiring this level of change to an established residential area. For these reasons, I respectfully ask council to vote against these applications in their current form. Thank you for listening.
Any questions? Center this time. Thank you. No, like. Ready? God, not.
Right, just before I start into my presentation, I just had one comment and one question. We mentioned during Alex's presentation about how there's development agreement or site control. What are the actual consequences to the developer if they don't adhere to that agreement? Is it just monetary? Because we've been shown that they're willing to just use monetary means to take care of trees, take care of other issues, and not actually address problems. So I just wanted to know what the actual ramifications would be to them if they don't follow through on the site plan. And I just wanted to mention also how you were asking about the addressing of the heritage issues. When I heard the answers, all it seemed to me was that they were, instead of actually changing things to address the heritage issues, they just looked for buildings and pieces around the neighborhood so they could just justify what they already had planned. That's not really in the spirit of that situation. Just for your discussion. Okay, so thank you for allowing me to speak. And I just want to make one thing clear before I begin all of my points. Stratford is growing and needs new housing, and I believe that the most sustainable way for us to manage this growth is by increasing population density and reducing urban sprawl and the loss of agricultural and natural lands. However, supporting intensification does not mean every proposal is appropriate simply because it adds housing units. Good planning requires us all to ask whether a site can reasonably accommodate a specific project. Mine and my neighbors and this neighborhood's concerns are not primarily against density itself or the development of this property itself. Concerns are that this particular design does not physically fit this property. The revised plans that we saw actually do nothing to fundamentally change the original proposal that council decided to defer in February. After extensive public feedback, multiple staff reviews, a council deferral, additional application, and many months to reconsider the overall design, this project remains basically unchanged. To me, that suggests the objective was never to redesign to accommodate anyone else's plans. The objective is to maintain 12 units no matter what, and do whatever is minimally required to move the application forward. If these lands were larger, or were larger and could allow the development to comply more closely with the intent of Stratford's official plan and zoning framework, I would likely be standing here supporting it. The simple fact is that this proposal does not fit the property, and no amount of rule changing will make it fit. The easement that was conditionally approved earlier this year does not solve any problems. All it does is prove that they existed in the first place. The applicant's own submissions state that the development requires shared access for vehicle circulation, pedestrian access via roads, loading, maintenance, snow clearing, stormwater management, underground storage systems, and servicing. That is not evidence that this site will work if it is developed. It is evidence of how dependent this project is on special arrangements simply to function on a day-to-day basis. A development should be designed and engineered to fit the property, not the other way around. Snow removal has not actually been addressed in any way. The applicant's response to snow removal concerns, snow storage concerns, is the promise of a possible future third-party contractor. Respectfully, hiring a contractor is not a snow removal plan. The question for council is not who moves the snow, but where the snow actually will go. What happens after a major snowfall? How quickly can snow be removed? Where can snow be temporarily replaced without impacting parking, visitor access, waste collection, sight lines, emergency access, or pedestrian movement? These are not hypothetical concerns. These are operational realities that will occur every winter, every year, and do not disappear simply because the contractor is being paid to look at them. And now this is just one more example of a recurring theme throughout this entire application process, where the operational challenges are being deferred, but never actually being resolved or fully addressed. Waste management, it has not been addressed. The revised plans now identify garbage storage areas on the drawings, but a label on a drawing is not an operational plan. 12 households will generate garbage, recycling, and organic waste every week. Council should require this developer to provide a clear plan of how they will fit 36 garbage and recycling receptacles along that boulevard. How will this work when the winter comes and snowbanks start coming in? If this site struggles with a basic day-to-day operation, that becomes a permanent burden on us as the neighbors and any future residents and eventually the city itself. Tree canopy is irreplaceable. Yes, any removed trees will need to be replaced through the city's bylaws, but new plantings may take 50, 100 years to achieve the same level of benefit that we currently see. Meaning, many of us in this room will never see those trees reach maturity. Even more importantly, replacement plantings will not be in this neighborhood itself, and the loss here is forever. The people living here lose shading here. The people living here lose cooling effects here. The people living here lose stormwater benefits here. And future generations inherit that same loss here. That is a permanent local impact and a generational decision. And finally, during council's last discussion on February 9th, concerns were raised regarding the financial viability and profitability of the project. as well as the possibility of an appeal if the application were denied. Respectfully, neither of those considerations should be a determining factor in your decisions. Applicants have willingly invested capital knowing that approval is never a guarantee. And a profitable investment is never a guarantee. Council should feel no obligation to lower planning standards to protect private investment expectations. Likewise, the possibility of an appeal does not change the merit of an application. If this council believes an application is good, it should be approved. If this council believes the application is not good, it should not be approved. It is very simple. This council's responsibility is not to guarantee profitability. It is not to avoid an appeal. The council's responsibility is to the residents of Stratford, and it is to uphold the official plan. It is to apply zoning standards consistently, and it is to protect the long-term interests of the community. The real question you have to ask is if this proposal actually fits this property, which it does not. If it did, none of the exceptions and changes being applied for would ever have been required. Thank you. Questions? Mr. Brown. Councilor Bristol.
Thank you, not so much about just the conflicts to both presenters. You love your community and you love your home, and I just want you to know that was so evident in your presentation that I think sometimes this is a very difficult one for me. That very easily people talk about abuse and things like that. That's not what you presented. Presented genuine concern for future residents, your residents. I just wanted very strong presentations to really show the love for your community. We talked about the policy, the good planning piece, and give deference to our team that has reviewed it and seen that. When we say fit, what would, to give you the opportunity, what do you fit?
So my point is that physically, this property doesn't fit. There are minimum requirements in City of Stratford zoning bylaws. There's minimum setbacks. It can't meet those with the size of the buildings that they want. So what does it fit? There's minimum green space required by city bylaws, which with the size of the building, it can't achieve. So it just physically cannot fit within the are already in place, even if they had R5 zoning applied and approved, they still cannot fit this physically on that location and meet all of the zoning requirements without having, well, you saw there was an entire page of exceptions that need to be applied for to not only change the zoning to a higher density, which I don't have a problem with, but then to take all the rules required of that density and scrap those two. So it doesn't physically fit on that one.
I'm just wondering if I can go to Director Beveridge. There was a question around the site development being forced. Are you able to address that?
Yes, certainly, Your Worship. So the speaker spoke about development agreements and how those obligations and requirements could be solidified. The department in the city deals with development agreements, site plan, subdivision, condominium. Those are various agreements allowed for the Planning Act that obligate the developer, the proponent, on specific terms, requirements, obligations to which their development proposal applies. Many of those obligations, requirements, standards, etc., could be imposed at various stages of the development, either prior to a planning approval, prior to a building permit issuance, prior to an occupant, and even some exist into perpetuity. How those obligations are secured are through various standards adopted by council, guidelines, best practices, etc. But most of which are secured through the use of financial securities. So the developer will be required to provide a financial security in a form satisfactory to the municipality, and there's provisions in legislation that guide that as well. And our staff make sure that those stated obligations, requirements, etc., have been implemented, secured, etc., stated in warning clauses are sometimes used, physically seen on the ground, inspected by a planner, building official, an engineer, etc. Before the development can proceed to the next checkpoint. So development agreements are a very common and standard form of protocol and adhering, making sure that city protocols are adhered to as part of planning. So I hope that answers that question you were asking.
Councilor Key, I saw your hand.
Through the chair, just wanting to echo what Councilor Briscoe was saying, beautiful presentations, and I feel for people in their neighborhoods, and I've been in that sort of situation, in a housing situation myself, and this one is the toughest one that I've had to look at for council. But we are situated in a housing crisis, and certain realities around where we can get density become apparent. And I think council has pushed in a number of ways to try to improve what is there. I think that we have been effective in doing that. But it's I understand how people feel in this situation, and it's a tough situation for neighborhoods and council and everyone involved to make these decisions.
We have a Councilor Burbank.
The chair, thanks for your presentation. I echo the sentiments of my colleagues, since this is a tough one. I did have a question or clarification for staff. So this is something that took me a while to figure out as being a counselor how this works. But if we have a professional opinion from staff that this meets with provincial policy statement and that it meets our official plan, then if we do say no to it, what happens next?
Director?
Through you, your worship, I think before I answer it, it's if council doesn't provide specific planning reasons in a denial, that's what could have some implications on council defending its decision at what would be the next step if it were to be appealed at Ontario Land Tribunal hearing. So to answer your question simply, if council gives specific planning reasons, rationale as to why, notwithstanding staff's planning recommendation to support the application, council has planning reasons to deny the application. The next step, and there was an appeal on that, that would go to the OLT, the Ontario Land Tribunal, on an appeal. The next steps would and there's a multitude of scenarios in which that could happen. I don't know how deep council wants me to get into that, but the next step is it could be an appeal, potentially.
Councilor Rodolfo and Councilor Briscoe.
Thank you very much for the presentation, but then thanks for the presentation. First, thanks so much. Sorry for the patience. We settlement is what we discussed. And the company before we see us. We need to correct to do some stuff, but we are working with our engineer department. The ratings density. We are not living in Africa. The density we discussed already finished long time ago. The main thing is to still work together. Maybe the engineer will be giving us some advice later, leverage, maybe giving us some advice when we come with city staff. This is very important. And that's it. Again, short. Your committee mind. I've been there a couple of times. I saw that. It was not a place where human living. Sorry.
Is there any more questions for the delegate? So thank you. Councilor Briscoe.
Thank you. The trees and the green space was a primary concern for myself, and I know that our climate change coordinator brought it up as well. But then after several provisions, no longer the health concern. I know she's not here, so we're not comfortable speaking for her, but if any staff have insights onto what her thought process was that she eventually felt comfortable with it.
Through you, Your worship, the climate change manager is not here, I may defer to the director of infrastructure services for that. But if it relates to tree cover and the tree canopy,
yeah, she brought up concerns of the green space and the tree cover. Initially, and then through iterations, it said later in the report, she was comfortable with the changes, just what, yeah.
okay, so thanks for that clarification, Your worship. In Mr. Burnett's report, none of the trees to be removed have been identified as being significant. That could be perhaps the reason to which the climate manager provided some agreement that are no further concerns with regards to removal of trees. If I may, perhaps Mr. Burnett might have some further clarity with regards to the climate manager's input.
The mayor, to answer that question, and this is, I guess, but I think the climate change manager has been on maternity leave for a while, so I haven't had a discussion with her for a long time, and that's kind of what happens when these applications you go for a long time, like we're over a year with this one. But I can clarify, the climate change manager had not provided her support with this application. The last update I received from her was that she had no further comments. So her previous comments still apply. She had requested a landscape plan that was submitted. And then essentially the direction I received from the climate change manager was that she had no further comments. So the way I took that was that her concerns still sort of apply. They just haven't changed, they haven't worsened. There's no further material to review. They are essentially the status.
If I could, there was one question from Ms. Broadhagen with regards to how do we ensure the protection of the trees that it won't be cut down, but how do we, what processes are followed to protect them the best possible so that they can survive beyond construction?
Yeah, through the chair, and I'm making eye contact with Director Wolf here. Essentially, with tree removals, it falls under, there's two specific types, whether it's a public tree owned by the city, is it the asset, usually within the right of way, or whether it's a private tree, there's a separate public tree bylaw and a private tree bylaw. Removal of said or either type of tree falls within one of either of those two bylaws. But the specific process, I'm not an expert on, I defer Director Wolf.
Through the mayor, being a certified arborist, I am the expert on this, so as far as a tree protection plan, that's a quite simple process. If once you identify trees, you look at a tree protection zone, it's called. You can just put a fence around that tree. Per minute, you would stop soil on, vehicles driving over it. And that is one way of doing that, protect the tree zone within and still being able to do construction. So there are parameters there that can be put in place that protect the tree and continue with construction.
Yep. Now let's work back. I'm sorry.
It's further tree question and I don't know if anybody would maybe have an answer, but there were specific trees identified. One of them looked like it might have been a city boulevard tree. And then there was row trees along the back property line. So I'm curious as to, we don't know, do we know whether those are staying or going?
Ms. Richards, the couple days.
So to answer your question, the trees along the property line are anticipated to be removed due to the property line smell. They need to go around the perimeter of the property to ensure the problem. Adequate stormwater management, it's like. However, there's one boulevard tree there that is identified in the driveway that is proposed to be removed. There are two larger trees on either side of the property that we have identified as to be maintained and kept if feasible. And the applicant has every intention of trying their best to keep those trees. They would want to maintain them. And then if that does not turn out to be feasible, we have a landscape plan that was accepted by planning staff, to replace some of the foliage that's on those properties right now. But again, every effort will be made to maintain those trees, and that is the full intent, yeah.
Councilor Henderson.
Not sure if I can ask this question, not from this is through the mayor. I'm just wondering if you could take those apartment buildings and make it one long apartment, you know, then you'd be further back and those trees could be set. I know that'd be a lot of work, but I'm just suggesting it as an alternative and then I think the driveway's over two things.
So that is a question, and with that, it does complicate things a little bit in terms of how we can manage like the parking structure and the parking flows on site. We need to have a certain turnaround area, and as it sits right now, a car can come in, park and get out. We didn't look at that necessarily as a part of this because this was the design that we found to be the most efficient for the site. And I wanted to note too that a lot of the provisions that are requested as part of this application, if you look at them individually, they are very minor. For a lot of them, besides maybe the density requests. A lot of them could be achieved through a minor variance application, so while there is quite a few of them, the intent of this application is to efficiently use the lands. To the best of our ability, and to make it also that, you know, people. That maybe couldn't necessarily afford a single detached dwelling in this area, but that families could occupy a unit. So I just wanted to note that as well, that, you know, we're looking at having a diverse mix of housing in this area and all of the aspects of this application contribute to being able to have that.
I understand that, but you know, you look at the trees and you talk about families, but there's no playground, but like no grass or anything really play on. Except maybe at the front of the building, and you certainly don't want them out there playing, because your street is so busy. And that's, you know, that's the problem, I guess. I don't understand, I guess, when developers or people go and they want to buy a property, they see all the trees, they see everything that's there, develop around it. But, you know, that was just my idea, maybe going flat, and you might be able to get one. And
I have been part of the space was prioritized with standard, so to get every single unit their own individual outdoor amenity area and found them a balcony or patio for the little treatments. As opposed to a small patch of grass that wouldn't necessarily be utilized to its full ability. So that was definitely a priority of the developer to have those individual spaces for the unit that you feel would be better utilized by whoever the law.
I know people like to have a barbecue and then in fact, you know, get out and talk with the neighbors and I mean, we can't get into all that either, but you're not the only one that comes forward, it's hard on us.
Maybe Councilor Burbank.
Thank you, Chair. Just one last question. So we did see the previous rendering. Is it possible you could describe maybe what's changed? So we saw the most balconies there.
Yeah, absolutely. So it essentially the balconies have just been shifted to the outer or the other side of the lot line. So to get them out of the visibility triangle so that we can ensure that even though there's a 5-meter road widening at the front of this site, which is not going to be developed as part of your on-street reconstruction process. So we wanted to move back the visibility triangle as a requirement of the zoning bylaw, but they weren't necessarily obstructing place. But that is the difference. And we've also shortened the walkway. So less hard surface in the front area too, more room for landscaping and plants. And that was pretty much the majority of the updates for those primaries.
Any other questions for the agent or the at this time? Thank you. So there is, council budget.
Thank you, through the mayor. I think we've all expressed that this has been a challenging one for all of us. And we've heard an impassioned plea from the neighbors that is diametrically opposed to our professional planner's opinion. And what we have in front of us is our planners telling us that this meets all the legal requirements to proceed. I'm comforted by the fact that the developer, through their agent, has moved on a number of the issues that were giving us concern. And for those reasons, I would like to move the staff recommendation.
Second, that Councilor Rodolfo, second. Councilor Sapp.
Thank you. This is a difficult, it's not a difficult decision for me. I don't believe it's in the best interest of residents and neighborhoods to impose high density apartments directly beside existing detached homes. I do believe, as our official plan also states, in maintaining essential neighborhood qualities such as quiet enjoyment and privacy. What is the purpose of residential feedback or existing bylaws if developer requests take precedent? I do not support this proposal. By right, the developer have 4 units on each lot, as mandated by the province. And as that is, I think they are welcome to do that. 6 is clearly too many. So I don't support this, and I would like a recorded vote.
Any other comments? Councilor Back.
Through the chair, yeah, just some personal experience comments. I live in a very similar situation on an off of a acre Arterial Road, and my backyard backs onto a parking lot. And there's residential units, so it's a very similar scenario to this. And just, I don't know if this is a comfort or not, but they maintenance, the snow storage, all of the things in the 14 years that I've lived there have been taken care of. There was one time where snow removal wasn't correct. I called the owners and they was corrected and it never happened again. So I think people want to be good neighbors. I mean, I know this will be a rental units. There's also rental apartments like 2 doors down. A lot of my neighbors were very upset about it. It's a 3-story, very similar to this. And there has not been the subsequent issues that could have happened. I mean, yes, I'm sure there were trees removed and things. I myself planted 3 trees in my backyard, so I didn't have to look at it. And after 14 years, it's done a pretty good job of providing some privacy. So I understand, but I also see from the other side that it can work if we do have this agreement in place and that the developer does follow through with some of the maintenance. I think it can work for this neighborhood.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Rodolfo.
I'm just going to check. I think so. The development of the policy has several ways to fix to work with council. We argue that. We are not arguing we want to work with developer, right? Today, what is the change, right? But for us, our community, very important for us. Our people. And maybe if they argue, they can bring only 1 house instead of 2 tiny density. That's it. But if they can work that, they can fix, or maybe you can allow it, maybe they can change the good plan. We are not against. We are not against. We need house. We need house today. We are not against. But the way they're treating us, the councillor is not good. We get several days ago, they have a plan to do this one. Okay, we agree that. But okay, what's changing? Please, councillor, it is our responsibility to look our community, our people, right? But I'm not against nothing. We need house. We're struggling to, but we don't want that type of situation, right? It's a business. Forgive me. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Councilor Bristol.
Thank you, the chair. I think that tension is what I'm feeling as well, but we needed to meet the necessity of the moment of increasing housing. And I think our job as a government is to, in creating an enabling environment, people that don't realize their right to housing. But then I struggle with the long-term effects of that when we don't meet the environmental standards and that our own climate change manager address per se, that it's a right to housing, but when we talk about dignified and environmentally concerned housing, I that's the tension I'm feeling, meeting the immediate necessity and meeting that rights environment with like the long-term consequences, but then I agree with Council Member, but then I have to look back to our professional statement, or sorry, professional staff and our planners to say that it does meet the requirements. And again, those requirements of course skew towards housing because that is a provincial priority as well. But I am left with this kind of burdening of, we all have a responsibility to this, but it does seem to be an unfair burdening in this very specific instance, which I think everyone's feeling, which is why it's having this very difficult decision, trying to meet the needs of all community members, but I agree with Council on this.
Any further comments? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to proceed with the recorded vote.
Through your worship, beginning with Councillor Seven, please state whether you are in support or opposed to the motion on the floor. Councillor Seven.
Opposed.
Councillor McKay.
Support.
Councillor Briska. Councillor Wardova.
Oops.
Mayor Whitson.
Support.
Councillor Henderson. Support. With big word. Councillor Hunter.
Support.
Councillor Niger.
Support.
Councillor Burdock. For your worship, there are 7 members in support, 2 members opposed, and 2 members absent.
That motion is passed. Let's go.
Your worship, item 7.5 is the City of Stratford 2026 Waste Management Rate Study. As outlined on the agenda, Darren Ally of Big Bag Infrastructure International Inc. is here to present the study on behalf of the city.
Yes, good evening. I'm Emma Scully, Supervisor of Regional Operations. I'm happy to present Derek Alley. He is the consultant that wrote and is going to do a short presentation on our waste rate study for 2026. He represents the FAA Waste Director internationally. And he's available for questions as well.
Good evening, this is members of council. Won't keep you very long. Just wanted to touch on a few items. Like I get this right. There we go. So just a bit of background. In terms of waste management, the city generates roughly around 18. Disposes of around 18,500, of which 3,300 tons a year comes from the curbside collection program. So that's the waste that people put out. The curb gets collected by a waste collection contractor and gets taken to the landfill. This other slide just shows you the diversion side of things. So you've got about 18,500 going to the landfill, about 5,200 or 5,100 being diverted from the landfill through things like composting, the green bin program, and so on. So just a bit of background information there. Looking ahead, we do have some capital costs that are coming from the city, mostly related to the landfill site. And you can see there at the bottom, you're probably looking, this shows up until 2026. We actually 20
46, which is when the landfill site closes. You're looking at about 12 million for the next 10 years, of which 3.5 will come from the capital reserve. The rest will come from the reserve fund. So when we do the projections, the maximum annual amount you need from a capital reserve is about 1.7 million. So what we've done is we've said that's your target for the next 10 years. You want to make sure you have that money in your reserve. And I won't get into the details, it's all in the report on this. So with the capital reserve, we've set that target at 1.7, and you can see that with the contributions that we have developed or projected over the period, you can see that we will end up with more than that each year over the period. And that amount will be available depending on how things open. There's also unforeseen circumstances, whether it's emergency events. We talked about climate change earlier. You do have those things coming into play, so you have some additional funds available for that purpose. But you will have the 1.7 million that's needed for the actual plan program. The other item we wanted to discuss or just mention is, as you're probably aware, there is the need to set aside funds to close the landfill and to look after it after it's closed, meaning to do the long-term monitoring, any repairs that might be needed to the face, updates to the leachate collecting system, those kinds of activities. So that's actually required through the Public Sector Accounting Board. That's to be reported in the financial statements every year. So what this is saying is that by the time of closure in 2046, you need about $18 million to be able to have that money at that time to close the site and to fund the future costs of monitoring, annual monitoring, and so on for the next 50 years. 50 years. So right now, if you look to the left, you see that you're just about this much, in terms of the money you have available. So the plan is to increase that, the contributions to an annual amount that will get you to the 80 million by the time the landfill site closes. So when you take all of that into consideration, this is your cost of service for the next, we're showing for the next 10 years here. And you will see that it's made up of the operating costs, so that's your regular, contract services, administration costs, etc. But you do have a large chunk that's really the capital related costs. So those are your contributions to your reserves. Mainly the capital reserve contribution, the contribution to the long-term site global long-term care reserve. But there's the equipment reserve here as well. That's a standard sort of contribution that's made to replace equipment in the landfill actually. So what we've done is taken the cost of service and packaged into that cost to we're trying to get to, how much should the fee be, how much should the bag tax be, what sort of tax subsidy would be required to fully fund the whole system. So we've taken the approach of, I guess, fairness and equity to the extent possible. You used to pay whereby the bag tax would pay for services that people who put out the waste on the curb would pay for that service. Similarly, those who use the landfill will pay for that service. So, in essence, what you've got is the disposal cost will be covered by the allocated to the tipping fee.
The back tax would include the cost of waste collection, cost of the waste collection and disposal, I should add, because the waste collection trust do not pay that cost has to be recovered from the back tax. It also includes the cost of the agreement program, collection and processing, and any other curbside collection program, for example, any large item pickup, beef and yard waste, that sort of thing. The tax side of it would cover the other waste diversion activities that's not curbside. So anything that people would take to the landfill, maybe scrap metal, you get some recoverables. All these costs, I should add, are all net of recoverables and revenues from the sale of some of the materials. But the one thing here with the tax side of it is you've got the recycling program that's still being provided to the non-eligible properties, as you know. So we've considered that, even though it's a discretionary program, we've considered that would continue indefinitely. So when we look at all of those, we've come up with two options. One option, which is option one, is to look at what would be reasonable increases to the tags, tag fees, tipping fees, and the taxes to be able to fully fund the program. And what we've come up with and recommended is that you would have an increase of about 9% beginning next year for your landfill tipping fees, and that would sort of become lower as time goes along. And from that, there would be a surplus generated that could be used to offset some of the other costs that would be normally refunded through the bag tax and taxes. For the bag tax, we've sort of set a target of maximum $4. So the tag fee would be increased. I think it shows there 2 to 3% somewhere in there. And that's stabilized once it hits around $4. And the rest of it would be funded through the taxes. And you can see the increase in taxes would probably be around 2 to 3%. And then maybe a bit more in a couple of years when the tipping fee starts to generate some surpluses, you may get into maybe keeping the tax contributions at zero. So it's projecting, but we believe this to be an affordable option to fully fund the system looking out for the next 10 years. The alternative really is where there's no tax subsidy at all. So the tipping fees for the landfill will fully fund the landfill costs. The bag tax will fully fund all of the curbside costs, and the taxes will just pay for the other diversion as well as the non-eligible recycling. So there's no subsidies across from the taxes, but you can see the increases that would be required if that's the case. So to maintain that reasonableness and affordability, you're recommending option one. So these are our recommendations. Implement option one, and then 5 years things change. So it's to keep track of what some of the new information might be. For example, the landfill site, you may find that it's going to last maybe a couple of years more, in which case your contributions to the long-term care reserve wouldn't be required, in 2046, maybe in 2048, something like that. Now just to monitor the reserve balances and to keep track of all the regulatory changes. One thing we haven't included in these projections is the cost of any new landfill capacity. after this landfill site closes. And the thinking there is that the future users of the landfill site will pay for that capacity. So we've assumed that at that time you can consider using debt financing that will be paid and included in tipping fees at that time. With that, Mr. Mayor, if there are any questions.
Thank you for the presentations. Questions? Councilor Roper?
Yeah, so you mentioned the town Fort Good, right?
Sorry?
You say Fort Good at the one time. You mentioned.
For such a day.
Eventually it will be $4.
Oh, $4, okay.
Yes, it's. I think right now it's 394.
No, not, 390 right now.
390. So it's a 10 cents increase on the tag over the next couple of years, and then it stabilizes. And that's just to keep it at an affordable level for the rate vehicles. Yeah.
Other comments? I know it's a difficult topic. It's certainly not sexy, but no, it's Henderson.
The mayor just. I guess in my mind, I'm okay with the bag tag going up. Because since I started recycling in the blue bin, and the more stuff I can go now. I won't even need 12 bags a year. So. I'm not sure how many other households are finding that, like sometimes we forget to put the garbage out, like even the one under my sink sits for so long and there's nothing in there that's gonna make a smell, so it's. Sometimes I come for almost 2 weeks before I empty the bag under the sink, I'm thinking, holy, it's really changed. The blue bin's having these extra bins that you can throw in it, right? I have another bin now under my sink that I throw a recycling, because there's so much of it, I don't wanna be running down there to the outlet or whatever to the door, but I don't know how many other people, and there's so many people in our city that find that, such an expense to pay for throwing out garbage, and I understand the rationale when we brought it in, that make people think about what you're buying, so that you're gonna be putting it in the recycle bin, and you're not gonna put it in your garbage, so therefore your tag fee isn't gonna be that expensive, because you're not having to put as many bags up. But then how does that even give us more money? Because if more people are like me in the city, and I don't know if they are. Has our revenue gone down a lot? For that? Like since I don't know if we've had the blue deal in long enough to know that, you know what I'm saying?
Your worship, already receiving say like so revenue is increasing. The incentive of the bag tag is essentially to promote services. I guess in theory, if you're successfully diverting services, you're requiring less of the collection on the other side. So I think it balances itself out with a good system. But in terms of your comment related to the revenue getting from our bag tags, the revenue is here.
Wow.
Other comments, Councilor Bristol.
Thank you, Mayor. I would be at the other end of the spectrum, increasing our revenues, having 3 small children and diapers, and we're contributing quite consistently, but it does give you pause to be mindful and have those conversations and manage it more. I think and we build it into our budget, but not so much that it's a make or break budget item, and we understand the concept of it, and we're putting at least 1 and not 2 bags. Weight wise, the only thing I would add would be wider availability of bag tags. If there's an option to get to more of the grocery stores, right now I think it's located stairs, but getting to some of those lower cost grocery stores would really open up that availability, especially for the young families that certainly contribute more. Would be really.
Any other questions or comments with the presenter?
I have a question maybe for, I don't know if this will be answered. Where is the garbage going? I mean, the garbage. Are you burning or it's just, I'm very interested to know, please, maybe you can ask.
Yeah, no, through your worship, the city has a landfill facility, like located at the Rolling and Lord Ave. Every couple of years, we do a tour, we're glad to have you out to show you around the facility, to show you how effectively it operates and runs, but yes, we do have a rolling man at the city.
The burning?
There's, through your worship, there is no burning.
No burning.
I'm
gonna move option one.
Pardon?
I would like to move option
Thank
one.
you. A second, Council Bristol will second. Further discussion. Before I call the question, thank you very much for the presentation and for the work that you do. It's really appreciated. Call the question, all in favor? All for any? That's unanimous and you're. Next item.
Your worship, item 7.6 is a recommendation report for the lands known as 133 Home Street. And the planner is here to present the report.
Great. We're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, your worship, members of the council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Ryan Queens, and I am a planner for the city. I'm here to present the city planning's recommendation for application for zoning bylaw amendment. Set 0226 for 133 Home Street. Oh, boom. Excellent. So we see on the map, the subject lands are located on the east side of Home Street and the south side of Bridge Street. The property contains an existing church building that is operated as a place of worship. Surrounding land uses to the east, west, north, and south are entirely low density residential, primarily being single detached dwellings. The application was submitted by Morgan Ryder Patterson on behalf of 10015456568 Ontario Limited. The requested zoning bylaw amendment is to rezone the subject lands from its current residential second density R21 zone to a new site-specific residential second density zone to permit a clinic and an auditorium as additional permitted uses within the existing church building. Additionally, a reduced parking space requirement of 12 spaces is being requested, as 17 parking spaces are otherwise required for the proposed uses. Information submitted, the application describes the clinic use as being offices for counseling service, for the proposed auditorium use occurring during non-peak hours of the clinic. There is no expansion to the existing building proposed. In the circulation of the application, comments were provided by the agencies noted on screen. Overall, there were no concerns raised. Public comments received are attached to the staff report. At the public meeting for this application on July 13th, there were several comments made from members of the public. All written and oral submissions were reviewed comprehensively and appropriately addressed the staff report. The proposal aligns with section 2.16 of the provincial policy statement, or PPS. As a proposal would contribute to the creation of complete community, introducing community serving uses within an existing residential area. Proposal is also consistent with section 2.81 of the PPS, as a proposal would make efficient use of the existing building, broaden the range of permitted uses on subject lands, and would permit an employment use within an existing building, representing a compatible form of transportation. Subject lands are designated as a residential area for the official plan. The goals and objectives of the residential area designation include protecting neighborhood character and livability by supporting appropriate intensification, encouraging a mix of housing types, creating well-designed neighborhoods, and by permitting compatible non-residential uses that complement the neighborhood without affecting residential character. This proposal aligns with these goals by implementing a compatible non-residential use to take advantage of an existing building, leveraging the existing infrastructure. No expansion of the building is proposed, therefore the established neighborhood character would be maintained. Proposed clinic use is expected to operate as a level of active service use. The auditorium will provide flexible space for meetings, events, activities. Together, these uses will support neighborhood needs and enhance local service offerings without undermining the residential purpose or essential qualities of the surrounding area. As a result, the subject application conforms to the city's financial plan. Your worship, it is city planning's recommendation that application for zoning bylaw amendments 0226 by approved. Be approved, considering the request is consistent with the provincial planning statement, line with the city of Stratford official plan, constitutes sound land use planning. Public comments received have been reviewed comprehensively and appropriately addressed. Your worship, that concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Those who were over. You're going to move the recommendation on the floor. Thank you. Second. The members will second. Any further questions or comments for the planner at this time? Seeing none. Council Brisbane, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say that I thought the addressing of the public comments was very well handled and very well thought out. I think there was a misunderstanding perhaps based on those comments that it was transitioning from a place of worship now to just simply an auditorium and council facility, but it is maintaining itself as a place of worship and they're adding these pieces, or that was, yeah, just like, because it said additional uses and then in other places it said not yet.
The mayor, so the zoning bylaw amendment will add the additional permitted uses of a clinic and a auditorium to the property. However, the property is changing from a place of worship to a clinic with auditorium use.
Thank you for your presentation. There's nothing further. I will call the question. All in favor? Most of any, that's unanimous. Very thank you. Next item.
Your worship, item 7.7 is regarding delegation authority to the chief administrative officer. And there is a staff recommendation that in the event council enters a period of restricted acts on August 21st, the chief administrative officer be delegated authority to award the construction contract for the water pollution control plant, digester roof and mixing system replacement project up to a maximum limit of $7,300,000, and that staff provide council with an update and a revised project estimate prior to proceeding to tender.
Thank you. Moved by Mr. Burkhart, Mr. Hunter. Any discussion? Seeing none, Councilor Burkhart.
Mayor, just a question for some, are we really going to use the same process that we would? Because this is a larger item, are we still going through the tender process that we usually do with the?
So your worship, the intent is to maintain that same process, just through the period of tax, if you approve it, so then having the seal of delegate authority, we still continue on with that project. The intent is still to communicate to them, so what is happening at the project, so you're aware of the process we took, the numbers we're coming in, that kind of thing, just can't be the decision of council.
Yeah, I guess I was just asking if it's similar to previous processes where there's some council members and staff members, but use that bidding process, is that the way that it's gonna work?
So your worship, this is not a request for proposal, which requires council to be part of the selection team, this is that construction.
Okay, there won't be an RFP.
Typically, it's not council involvement in this process.
Okay, thank you.
There's nothing good. I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed to any? That's unanimously carried.
Item 7.8 is delegation authority approval to the chief administrative officer as well. And there's a staff recommendation that council delegate authority to the chief administrative officer to approve the award of the non-eligible blue box processing and collection request for proposals during any period in which council is in subject to the restricted acts provisions under section 275 Municipal Act arising from the 2026 municipal election. That council delegate authority to the CAO to extend the current waste collection services agreement with Canadian Waste Management beyond October 31st, 2026 for a period of up to 4 months during any period in which council is subject to the restricted acts provisions.
Thank you. Mover for that, Councilor McKay will move, second by Councilor Rodolfo. Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor? Most defending that's unanimous, carried.
Item 7.9 is the operating budget variance report. And there's a staff recommendation that the report be received for information.
Councilor Hunter as chair, we move that. I vote with that. Thank you. Second by the Vice Chair McKay. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Most defending that's unanimous, carried.
Item 7.10 is the City Hall exterior rehabilitation tender award. And there's a staff recommendation that the tender RFT 2026-12 for the phase 1 rehabilitation and restoration of the exterior elements at City Hall be awarded to Robertson Restoration at a total cost of $1,864,500, including HST, and that the purchase be funded from the facilities capital reserve fund, and the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign the contract agreement.
Thank you. Moved by Councilor Burbank, second by Councilor Niger. Any discussion? Seeing none, Councilor Henderson.
In the mayor, I just have one question. When they're replacing the door, are they gonna still make it accessible somehow? Because that's the only way we can get into City Hall, that's that door too.
So, through your worship, yes, what is currently there will be replicated as to the next door going in, so yes, we have accessibility as well, but.
Like when they're doing construction, you still be able to get through.
We will take that to a consultant, we will let them make parameters, make sure that can happen.
Yeah, I can see you can see.
Yeah, no, seriously, yes, we will do that.
Yeah, thank you. There's nothing further. I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed, any that's carried.
Item 7.11 is the McCarthy Road West Reserve for Land located at 600 and 680 Moore Street. And there's staff recommendation that City of Stratford declare Part 1 on Plan 44R-6496 as public highway and declare it as forming part of McCarthy Road East. And that the City of Stratford declare Part 2 on Plan 44R-6485 as public highway and declare it as forming part of McCarthy Road East.
Thank you. Moved by Councilor Rodolfo, thank you. Second by Councilor Burbank. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed, any that's unanimous, carried.
Item 7.12 is the early purchase of a new scissor lift, and there's a staff recommendation that council approve the purchase of a replacement scissor lift in 2026 at a cost not to exceed $30,000 to be funded from the Fleet Reserve Fund.
Moved by Councilor Nigel, will move, second by Councilor Henderson. Any discussion? See none, all in favor? Opposed, if any, that's unanimous and carried.
Item 7.13 is a request to fly the Dragon Boat Festival flag, and there's a motion that Stratford City Council authorizes the flying of the Dragon Boat Festival flag from September 14th to the 21st in recognition of the Dragon Boat Festival.
Thank you. Moved by Councilor Briscoe, seconded by Councilor Burbank. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed, if any, unanimous and carried.
Item 7.14 is a proclamation, and there is a motion that Stratford City Council hereby proclaims September 2026 as Arthritis Awareness Month to raise awareness of arthritis, a disease which causes chronic pain, limits mobility, and significantly affects the overall quality of life for more than 6 million Canadians living with arthritis.
Thank you. Moved by Councilor Hunter, seconded by Councilor Nigel. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed, if any, that's unanimous.
Turning to your agenda, item 7.15 is a request for delegated authority for QP Local 1385 collective bargaining and an administrative economic adjustment. And there is a staff recommendation that the Chief Administrative Officer be delegated authority to ratify a renewal collective agreement with the Canadian Union of Public Employees, Local 1385, provided the settlement is within the confidential bargaining direction previously approved by Council, that the delegated authority remain in effect during any period in which Council is subject to the restricted acts provisions of the Municipal Act, that in accordance with Resolution R 2021-495, eligible administrative employees receive a 2026 economic adjustment equivalent to the 2026 general wage increase negotiated with QP Local 1385 effective January 1st, 2026. As staff authorized to implement the administrative employee economic adjustment following ratification of the renewal collective agreement with QP Local 1385. And that staff report back to council following ratification with the settlement outcome and final financial implications.
Thank you. Moved by Council Burbach, seconded by Council Niger. Any discussion? And noted, all in favor? Opposed, if any, that's unanimously carried.
There were item 716 is a resolution request for the bird friendly city. And the resolution is as noted on the agenda.
Thank you. Council Burbach, moved back, seconded by Council Briscoe. Any discussion? Council Savage.
Thank you. Just to comment that it mentions that it's to recognize and celebrate the contributions they have made. The city has made to save bird lives in the municipality. I just think it's very, I'm not opposed to the resolution, I just think it's very contrary to the many years the city's implemented use management policy to lower the geese population and harass them on a regular basis.
Thank you. Any discussion? See none, I will call the question. All in favor? Opposed, if any, that's unanimously carried.
Your worship, item 8 is business for previous notice has been given and there's none noted. Item 9 is reports of the standing committee, and item 9.1 is the report of the social services committee. There's one item listed. Item 9.1.1 Ontario Works client survey results.
Councilor Anderson says chair will move, seconded by Councilor Manager. Thank you. As chair, all in favor? Opposed, if any, that's unanimously carried.
Item 9.2 is the report of the Finance and Labor Relations Committee. There are 4 items noted. Item 9.2.1 options for closed meeting investigation services. Item 9.2.2 is the facility fee waiver request for the 2 Stratford with Love banquet. Item 9.2.3 is the gateway sign recommendation from the Communities in Bloom Advisory Committee. And item 9.2.4 is the accessible canoe and kayak launch feasibility review.
Councilor Hunter, as chair, will move, seconded by Councilor Vice Chair McCabe. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed, if any, that's unanimous and carried.
Item 10 is notice of intent, and item 10.1 is a notice of motion for Councilor Bean regarding household food insecurity and requesting provincial action. As outlined on the agenda, this resolution will be considered at the September 14th regular council meeting.
Yep.
Through your worship, item 10.2 is a notice of motion from Councilor Burbach regarding data centers. And as outlined, the resolution on the agenda will be considered at the September 14th regular council meeting.
Thank you.
Item 11 is reading of the bylaws. There are 8 bylaws listed as follows. Item 11.1 is to delegate certain authority during restricted act period. Item 11.2 is to award the tender for the rehabilitation, restoration, or exterior seatbelt helmets. Item 11.3 is to dedicate part 1 as public highway. Item 11.4 is dedication of part 2 as public highway. Item 11.5 is zone change application for 133 Home Street. Then we have 11.6 is to adopt the official plan amendment November number 37. Item 11.7 is zone change application for 315 and 317 Huron Street. And item 11.8 is the agreement of purchase and sale for 10 and 52 Wright Boulevard. And I would note, this item relates to an item Councilor Hunter declared on. This item should be taken separately.
So is there a mover to take 11.1 through to 11.7 collectively? Councilor Nigel will move, second by Councilor Henderson. Councilor 7.
You take 11.6 and 7 separately as well.
Certainly. So there is a mover to take in 11.1 through to 11.5 collectively. That's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Opposed if any? That's unanimous. Then a mover, a first mover and a seconder for 11.1 through to 11.5, moved by Councilor Nigel, second by Councilor Hunter. Favor? Opposed if any? That's unanimous. And third and final for 11.1 through to 11.5, moved by Councilor Briscoe. Thank you. Second by Councilor Niger. Thank you. All in favor? Opposed to any, that's unanimous and carried. And I would have a movement for first and second of 11.6. Councilman Henderson will move second from Councilman Manager. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed to any, unopposed, and that's carried. And third and final for 11.6. Moved by Councilor McCabe, seconded by Councilor Burback. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed to any, unopposed, and that's carried. Moving down to 11.7. I'm moving the first and second for 11.7. Moved by Councilor Briscoe, seconded by Councilor Burback, thank you. All in favor? Opposed to any, one opposed, and that's carried. Third and final for 11.7. Councilor Henderson will move. Councilor Nigel will second. All in favor? Opposed to any, one opposed, and that's carried. Moving down to 11.8. We have a declaration between our interests here. A mover, a first and a second for 11.8. Moved by Councilor Henderson, second by Councilor Niger. All in favor? Opposed to any, one opposed. I'll let the record show that Councilor did not vote on this item. And third and final on 11.8. Moved by Councilor Briscoe, seconded by Councilor McCabe, thank you. All in favor? Opposed to any? One opposed? That's carried, and let the record show that Councilor Hunter did not vote. Thank you. I'll turn it back to you, Madam Clerk. I'm wondering if you need a motion, or do you think you can push the boundary here? Get through this?
Through your worship. I'm gonna try and see if we can do it by 11.
Okay. I disrupted that flow. Alright. Sorry.
Can we follow the consent agenda? Are there any items listed on the consent agenda to be considered by council?
None noted.
Item 13, new business, any new business items?
None noted. Oh. Councilor Anderson.
Yeah, I just want to clarify when we were talking about the integrity commission last time. It kind of got confused when Larry was talking about how he was investigated. Then I said I could talk to him too, but I had initiated it. I was just talking to him about a conflict of interest. I don't want to clarify.
Thanks for that clarification. Next item.
Item 13 is reading of confirmatory bylaw, first and second and third and final review.
Thank you. First and second, moved by Councilor Briscoe, seconded by Councilor Savage. All in favor? Opposed, if any, that's unanimous. Carried. Third and final. The confirmatory, moved by Councilor Councilor Hunter, seconded by Councilor Burback. All in favor? That's unanimous and carried. And the final item before I don't say motion adjourn, I want to thank everybody for a solid day today, starting at 3 o'clock. You persevered, thank you very much, staff, council, and certainly exclude, we'll still here. Motion to adjourn. Councilor Burback, second to Councilor 7. All in favor? Opposed to any? We are adjourned. I didn't hear anything fall.